Hello, hello. This is Taylor Ursula of That's a Pisces, and it's time to talk about Capricorn season. So, giddy up. Okay, so this Capricorn season features some notable events. We will have Jupiter stationing direct. We will have Mercury stationing direct. We will have Mars moving into Capricorn, and Mars doing so will be entering into its sign of exaltation. This is where Capricorn Mars is said to thrive. Mars is able to channel its energy, its passion, its motivation, its instincts, its impulses into something long term, something that is sustained, something that becomes something bigger than us over time. So we'll have some palpable shifts happening. We also have a new moon that's going to be square the nodes at 20 degrees, and we'll have some choices to make, some crossroads ahead of us, and that will challenge us to choose. And of course, the new year is upon us, and that is the day that Mercury will be stationing direct in Sagittarius at 22 degrees. And being that it is a new year, we're also embarking upon a new tarot story, and we'll be shifting from the Chariot into the Strength. So we'll be focusing on the Strength card for the first time this season as we do our poll for the Capricorn season ahead. So we'll do a little transition there, talk a little bit, do a little recap of what this Chariot year has been like, talk a little bit about what the Strength year is going to bring to our attention, and we'll see what that story brings to us as we pull cards later for each sign. The cards I pull for your sign are based on your rising sign. We talk about the transits that are happening through each of the houses, and we correlate that with the story in the cards. But that said, feel free to read for your sun and moon as well. Take what resonates, leave what doesn't. Let me know how it lands in the comments. So let's go ahead and dive in. So Capricorn season begins on Thursday, the 21st. And right away on Friday, the 22nd, we have our Mercury cazimi at 0 degrees. So Mercury is retrograde, and this is also the day that Mercury will be moving back into Sagittarius. So this is really these planets meeting at this threshold, the like winter solstice threshold. And so we're getting a sense of what this Mercury retrograde has been bringing up for us to review. We're getting a sense of where we have been sort of rerouting, where we've been turning our attention, what we've been hoping to reframe in some way. And it's beautiful to have this cazimi happening at 0 degrees. It is how we are starting Capricorn season and ultimately how we're going to move into the new year. And so if we think about Mercury stationing direct on New Year's Day as well, we can kind of make that correlation between this being the halfway point of Mercury's retrograde. So that's really where that clarity comes from. We're really getting that sense of, this is how I'm integrating this into what I'm becoming as the sun moves forward. On Sunday, the 24th, we have the sun in Capricorn make a sextile to its ruler, Saturn, currently in Pisces at 2 degrees. Mercury has been making its way through this sextile many times. We had Mercury make this sextile while it was direct. We've just had Mercury make this sextile to Saturn back at the very end of Sagittarius season. And so we're now having the sun move through this configuration and start to integrate what those lessons have been about. Mercury will make that sextile a third time when it is direct in the new year. And so that might be when we start to see ourselves sort of moving through what has come up. We'll talk more about that when we get to that transit. This is also the day that Mars in Sagittarius makes a trine to the north node that it is ruling in Aries at 22 degrees. Keep in mind, you may have heard a moment ago when I said that that is the degree that Mercury will be stationing direct on New Year's Day. So we've talked about this all since summer, okay? So since July, Mars has been ruling the north node. It has not been able to see it in a way that has been helpful to us until this moment. While Mars was in Libra a couple of months ago, we were able to get that first direct line of sight being that Libra is opposite to Aries, but Mars was not only debilitated while in the sign of Libra, which is its sign of detriment, but it was also present with the South Node, which meant that we couldn't really make any meaningful strides toward that North Node. So this is really the first time that Mars has had any sort of applicable sign of line of sight to the North Node. And this might be some sort of potent shift. We might feel a sense of finally starting to kind of round the corner of this bend and like get a glimpse of the valley beyond, the mountain we've been climbing up. Just throwing some Capricorn metaphors in here. But this may be the first time that we start to actually feel within ourselves, trust on an instinctual level what we have been doing for the past several months since July that has been allowing us to activate that Aries North Node. And we'll feel this show up in different ways depending on where this Aries North Node is in our charts, as well as where Mars in Sagittarius is in our chart as well. On Christmas Day, the 25th, we have Venus in Scorpio making a trine to Neptune in Pisces. Venus is exalted in Pisces. Venus is thought to be a lower octave of Neptune, both planets being about connection and beauty and love and emotionality and wanting to experience. And so this may be a time of making connections, a time of maybe being able to rise above the mundane and celebrate a little bit of the magic, a little bit of the energy of the holiday that we are kind of meant to experience at this time. This feels like a good omen for what might be otherwise a stressful day or a day of trying to get to many places. We may be a little bit misty-eyed, we may be a little bit nostalgic, or just sort of seeing the good in others on this day, which can be helpful. So the next day, Tuesday the 26th, we have our full moon in Cancer, our final full moon of the year, and this is at 5 degrees. This is also the day that Chiron stations direct at 15 degrees of Aries. Since it's a Cancer moon, that moon will square that Chiron. Also on this day, we have Mercury currently retrograde making a square to Neptune in Pisces at 25 degrees. So everything I just said about Venus making a trine to Neptune on Christmas Day, we might end up with a big emotional hangover the day after Christmas. Venus is moving into harmony with Neptune, and maybe it's that we kind of smoothly make our way through the day, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we feel very good about it as we're doing it. There may be a lot of emotions that surface that we don't really address on that sort of holiday itself. And the day after, we have a lot of things that have risen to the surface, and we're not really sure where to put them. The full moon in Cancer is already in the home sign of the moon. It is already ebbing and flowing and changing and just kind of adapting to and making moves based on what it's feeling. On top of that, Chiron stationing direct is really amplifying whatever that story looks like for us at this time. It's making us very aware of what the wounding is around Chiron. It's making us very aware of where we stand in the process of trying to work through those feelings. And ultimately, it just means that we're actively thinking about what this feels like. On top of that, Mercury making a square to Neptune, where Venus was just existing in harmony with it, makes us maybe rethink some things. Did that really happen the way that it felt it did in the moment? Did that person say what I think they said? We might be reviewing things. We might be getting sort of the final, I don't know, we might, again, like waking up with kind of a metaphorical hangover, an emotional hangover, where we've just done a lot, we've experienced a lot in the scope of a short time, because that's how holidays are. And we're just a little bit uncertain and overwhelmed after the fact. This is the second square between Mercury and Neptune, P.S. The first one took place at our Gemini full moon back in November. What was harder was that that full moon was being ruled by Mercury, and we were all up in the air about what the F was going on. We talk more about this in the Cancer full moon video, but do know that this is the second of 3 squares that Mercury will make to Neptune. Wednesday, the 27th, fares a bit better. We have a trine between the Sun in Capricorn to Jupiter in Taurus, newly direct. And we also have a conjunction between Mercury retrograde and Mars in Sagittarius at 24 degrees. We did recently have a conjunction between these two planets back in Scorpio season, right around the Scorpio new moon. And that was a particularly spicy time. Being that it was Scorpio, it was being ruled by Mars within that conjunction. There were oppositions to Uranus taking place from Mercury and Mars, as well as the Sun and the new moon to Uranus all around that conjunction. So there were a lot of themes maybe opened up at that time that we have been kind of grappling with since. So being that Mercury is still retrograde and has also just squared Neptune, we're not necessarily sure what we're mentally bringing into this conjunction. And Mars in Sagittarius is not in its own energy and is therefore not necessarily inclined to strike the same way it did before. We may find ourselves kind of tapping into some energy surrounding where we want to go from here after all of the sort of unknown emotional, potentially drama of the full moon in Cancer. We may choose to kind of realign our sense of faith, our ability to make meaning at this time, and we may want to act on something in a sense that allows us freedom from it. And this is also where Mercury made a trine to the North Node at 24 degrees while it was in its retrograde shadow. And so there may be some point here, especially since Mars has also just made the same trine, where we are able to see what all of this is bringing up for us that is activating that Aries North Node in some part of our chart. And we may get a sense of how we are able to move toward that now. Again, since it's the North Node in Aries, it may be pulling away from something in Libra, and we may be separating from some of those dramatic relationships. We may be taking some space. We may be acting on something that's come up in some other way. Now, this is all being ruled by Jupiter, which is, again, making that trine to the Sun in Capricorn from Taurus. Neither of these planets can see Mercury or Mars at this moment. They're both in Earth signs that are out of sight from Sagittarius. And so there may not be a direct awareness of what is being acted upon and how it's being integrated by the Sun at this time. But whatever we choose to do may be coming from a place of seeing the big picture, grounding into our values, and trying to step into something firm and collected for ourselves. I'll note too that Mars and Mercury will meet a third time in Capricorn once Mercury catches up post-retrograde, and that'll take place in Aquarius season, so stay tuned. On Thursday, the 28th, we have Mars move into the square with Neptune that Mercury just made. What are we acting on, and how is it being interrupted? How are we being maybe redirected in some way that our actions want to be moving? So with Mars squaring Neptune, something we're trying to move toward is being confounded in some way. Something we want to experience is maybe being blown out of proportion. These are two Jupiterian signs, one being daytime, one being nighttime, one dealing with what meaning we're able to make, and the other dealing with how that floods our subconscious and how that floods our sense of perspective about the world that we live in and how we are connected to it. Our energy might be very low on this day. We might be kind of recovering from that full moon. We might be trying to make progress in a situation that simply won't yield it. And that might be really upsetting to us. We may choose to kind of go our own way, Mars and Sagittarius being kind of inclined to just take off if we are not able to make something happen. On the same day, we also have Venus making a sextile to Pluto. And that sextile between Venus and Pluto yields some sort of deeper understanding. It seems kind of like these aspects are at odds with each other. Maybe we're not able to act on anything in any sort of immediate way or that yields any progress, but maybe we're able to understand what's going on in our interpersonal relationships. Maybe we're able to glean some sort of value from what we're learning at this time. We might see some broader understanding about how it is we currently connect to others, maybe what we desire from those connections that we're not getting. And since it's at 29 degrees, this also means that there's some sort of finality to this sextile and this understanding. There's some sort of readiness to move into something new, which we do on Friday the 29th when Venus moves into Sagittarius. So for the next 3 or 4 weeks, we'll have Venus moving through this fiery sign. Venus and Jupiter are finally in mutual reception. They can't see each other, so they have no idea what they are bringing to each other. Yet we are sort of shrouded, blanketed, like being kind of embraced in some sort of broader sense of benevolence. There is more of a chance of kind of good fortune coming upon us in these next few weeks. There is a bigger opportunity for a sense of abundance, really just our perspective shifting at this time and finding magic maybe where we hadn't seen it before. On Saturday the 30th, we have Jupiter finally stationed direct at 5 degrees of Taurus. So this is a great way for us to be ending the year. This is a great way for us to find a sense of faith in what we have at this time, find a sense of faith in what we're able to experience regarding pleasure, regarding embodiment, getting a sense of what our resources are now and what we want to bring into that space, and just generally being merry. On the 1st, we have Venus in Sagittarius making a square to Saturn in Pisces at 2 degrees. I'm sorry, at 3 degrees. This is also the day that Mercury stations direct in Sagittarius at 22 degrees. Now, this feels maybe like a strange start to the year. Another sense of kind of an emotional hangover, as we talked about at the full moon in Cancer right after Christmas. There's something about this day that is less frivolous than we are used to for a New Year's Day. We are usually with our loved ones thinking about what we want to become and thinking about what we are ready to celebrate and welcome in at the new year. And yet there is some sort of limitation in what we are able to connect with or how we are able to relate to others at this time. Venus in Sagittarius wants expansion, wants to be kind of free to roam about the cabin, want to be free to experience and to just get a taste of like a zeal for life, right? And Saturn in Pisces is thinking about the whole world and maybe bringing us back to a sense of what's going on outside of our immediate situation, surroundings, sensations, desires. With Mercury stationing direct on this day, we're also thinking a lot more slowly. We may see our conversations take a lull. It is a holiday, so things may be on pause, but this does mean that we are going to start to move forward out of that retrograde shadow, start to make sense of what we navigated during this time. And this is a particularly like good omen for starting the year. So what we feel limited in our connections, we may be able to make sense of or gain clarity around at this time. And even though something feels slow or blocked, we know that moving forward, we're able to start putting those pieces together. On Wednesday the 3rd, we have our 3rd quarter moon in Libra at 13 degrees. This is us wrapping up the lunation cycle that began with the Sagittarius new moon. So we'll talk at length about this 3rd quarter moon in that video, but know that this is a moon being ruled by that Venus that just squared Saturn at just 2 days before. So this being a waning moon where we are moving into the Capricorn new moon, in the week following, we are continuing to let go of things through that south node. The moon will hit the south node shortly after squaring the sun. And so there will be some sort of release that we are called to make here, perhaps around some of those relationships or some of those blockages that we experienced on New Year's Day. On Thursday the 4th, we have Mars move into Capricorn. So again, this is its sign of exaltation. This is where Mars is thought to thrive and make strides toward some sort of long-term goal or some sort of sustained effort. So we'll have Mars here for the rest of Capricorn season and well into Aquarius season as well. Wherever Capricorn is in your chart, expect to experience an uptick in energy, a drive to make something, and to make sustained efforts towards something. This is really a time where we're able to channel our energy into something that is long-term, that is productive towards something we want to build up to. And so this will be a constructive time to put our energy toward that. On Saturday the 6th, we have the sun in Capricorn making a square to Chiron and Aries at 15 degrees. Remember that this is Chiron that is newly direct and that we had this Chiron station direct at the Cancer full moon just days before this. So this is the sun catching up to that Chiron from the other side. Since the moon was in Cancer, sun in Capricorn, we're kind of finishing out a little T-square here. There may be some now integration of what was brought up there at the full moon in Cancer just days ago. There may be some sort of understanding and deeper awareness of what this means for us moving forward and how we want to take shape around that. On Monday the 8th, we have Mercury in Sagittarius make its third and final square to Neptune in Pisces at 25 degrees. Okay, so now these planets are both direct. Mercury made this square 3 times now. We just talked about the second one a moment ago, happening the day after Christmas. So we are now getting the final confrontation out of the way. We are now perhaps getting all of the clouded facts. We are now finally getting to the bottom of what this has been trying to make sense of. And so we may find ourselves confounded once more, but there is something final about it. And it has to do with the Mercury retrograde, of course, because this was something that Mercury was doing in its retrograde. And so we may finally be kind of at the end of whatever this confusion has been for us. On Tuesday the 9th, we have the sun in Capricorn make a trine to Uranus retrograde in Taurus at 19 degrees. This is also the same day that Mars in Capricorn makes that sextile to Saturn in Pisces that Mercury and the sun have made before. With the sun in trine to Uranus, which is now the final planet to be retrograde, we are experiencing an uptick in our innovation. We might be opening up to new ideas, new possibilities. Since the sun just made a square to Chiron, we may find some sort of new path forward after being kind of confronted by what's been plaguing us, what's been aching, what's been feeling unsettled. We may have new ideas of what's possible for us. We may see new avenues open up for us to move into in terms of becoming more authoritative in our life in some way. We might just be open to kind of new possibilities on this day. At the same time, Mars is tapping into that Saturn energy that is ruling it and giving us a sense of, again, connecting this back to what Mercury and the sun have talked to Saturn about. There may be an ability to act on something that came up with Mercury and the sun. There may be some ability to move toward whatever that long-term goal is we are thinking about. But since Mars is exalted here and it's meeting up with the ruler of Capricorn, we're potentially downloading some blueprints, getting a sense of what the structure is we're currently focusing on, and making some sort of concerted effort to anchor that. On Wednesday the 10th, we have the sun square the north node at 20 degrees. Everything we downloaded from Uranus the day before this, these new ideas, these new possibilities, these new avenues that we might be called to move into, they call us to make some changes in our life. And making those changes might feel harder than we imagined. With the sun coming in to square the north node, we are then called to choose between an old pathway that will lead us back to what is familiar and a new pathway that we've never traveled down before, especially since it's an Aries, but that we might need to kind of heed the call to. Squares to the nodes always require being resourced. We're not likely to leap into something unless we have some sense that it can work out. And we're not necessarily able to do that when we are kind of dealing with our hierarchy of needs. And so that may play a role in what we're able to choose at this time. This all leads us into our Capricorn new moon at 20 degrees, which takes place the next day. So since the sun just made a square to the nodes 20 degrees, that means the new moon is also square to the nodes. And this is the same day that Venus in Sagittarius is making a trine to Chiron in Aries. So our emotions come to catch up with our sun, with our sense of self, and that need or that call to choose is still very much still present at this new moon. And again, we'll only be able to choose what we can from the place of being grounded and stable and resourced that we are currently in. So depending on our connection to what that looks like for us, we may be in a different state of being ready to choose, being capable of choosing, being emotionally stable enough to make that choice. But there is some call to change at this new moon that is present, regardless of whether we are able to answer it. In Capricorn, we're looking at what our values mean to us. We're looking at what we want for the structural elements that we are connected to, the structural elements of our life, the structure of our social connections, and what we value in the world around us. And that Venus trine to Chiron suggests that we might be seeking the freedom to move beyond whatever our wounding has limited us from doing in the past. So Venus might be encouraging us, especially since Venus is being ruled by Jupiter and their mutual reception, and Jupiter's asking us to find the faith that we need. The next day, Friday the 12th, we have Mars in Capricorn making a trine to Jupiter in Taurus at 6 degrees. This is where we may see ourselves kind of leaping into that place of faith, finding the gusto to take that chance. So whatever direction we're called to step into at this new moon, as this moon begins to gain strength and build in its light, Mars making this trine to Jupiter may see us finding courage, finding strength, finding an inner sense of drive, and being able to connect it to something bigger than us outside of us. On Sunday the 13th, we have Mercury moving into Capricorn for the third time. Now, this is a sign that we are making good headway into that retrograde shadow. Mercury is once more in Capricorn, out of its sign of detriment, able to ground, kind of shake off all of the fog that it had while making those squares to Neptune repeatedly. And here we anticipate that sextile to Saturn coming back, which we'll get to in a moment. And we're just able to sort of step back into a place of initiation for the long term. On Sunday the 14th, we have Venus in Sagittarius making a trine to the North Node in Aries at 19 degrees. Venus has really been working hard to compensate for what's felt difficult elsewhere in the transits by making trines to these bodies in Aries. And so Venus making this trine to the North Node while ruling the South Node may show us kind of what our heart is pulling us toward, what we are experiencing kind of emotional capacity for that's moving us forward, and what kind of freedom, what sort of excitement we might be seeking in our relationships now that is opening us up to new possibilities in Aries. On Monday the 15th, we have the Sun in Capricorn make a sextile to Neptune in Pisces at 25 degrees. So this may help us kind of make more sense out of what those squares from Mercury were confounding for us. The Sun in this more relaxed, more compatible aspect is able to see where we can infuse some imagination into what we are doing at this time, what we're building, what we're working toward, maybe where we're able to find some compassion, find some creativity and artistry, and even transcend some of what is mundane at this time in order to tap into the potential and the possibility. On the 17th, we have our first quarter moon in Aries at 27 degrees. So this moon will hit the North Node before it squares the sun. And so this will certainly reveal to us what progress we're making toward that North Node. What did we set into motion or leap into faith with in the Capricorn new moon? What did we choose at that time? And ultimately, how is that choice now revealing itself in this sort of small, immediate way in this first quarter moon? On Thursday, the 18th, we have Mercury in Capricorn make that third and final sextile to Saturn in Pisces at 3 degrees. So we are finally able to put down the roots of what was planted at that first sextile. We are now able to see what Saturn is revealing to us, that Mercury is able to finally anchor into and make some sort of tangible progress with. And this is, again, something long-term that we are hoping to initiate, something structural, something, some sort of role that we're ready to step into, perhaps this time, that has the potential to help us grow in some deep and meaningful way. On Friday the 19th, we have Mercury in Capricorn make a third and final trine to Jupiter in Taurus at 6 degrees. And these planets are both direct now. So whatever is opened up in that sextile to Saturn from the day before, we may have a big sense of possibility opening up through that trine to Jupiter. We may have a sense of, now that things are where they are, now that the year is new, now that we're both direct, now that we've started to move forward, we can actually begin to kind of understand the scope of what we have been trying to set into motion and what it means to us, what sort of structural possibilities, what sort of sensual possibilities arrive in this information. On the same day, we have Venus in Sagittarius walking into that square to Neptune at 25 degrees of Pisces. So maybe we are able to tap into a deeper sense of possibility while also feeling a bit confounded about who we'll do that with, who we'll be able to connect with to make those things happen. We might feel a bit indulgent at this time, since it's Venus making a square to such a nebulous energy. We may be a bit disconnected from the people we have been thinking we might make this progress with, right? Since both these planets have been retrograde, Mercury and Jupiter. And so there may just be something a bit, I'll keep using the word nebulous, about who we think we have to be to make this happen, who we think we need to connect with, what sense of freedom we may need to seek in order to make these things happen. Or perhaps there's a feeling of, I'm going to commit to something, right? Mercury and Saturn. And I see a lot of possibility in that commitment, Mercury to Jupiter, but I don't know if I want to really commit to that right now, Venus in Sagittarius. I still kind of want to be free. And like, do I really want to say yes to that? Am I really ready to do all of that? What is that going to mean for me? What is that going to mean for my resources? Am I going to have the resources to fund or to like support or to allow this to grow, whatever is trying to be built in these earth signs? The final day of Capricorn is a real one. We have the sun meeting Pluto at 29 degrees. And on this day, both planets move into Aquarius. So this is potent. This means that the sun's meeting Pluto at like 29 degrees and like 50 minutes, okay? 50, like this is the edge of Capricorn. So on this day, we're seeing this conjunction, again, that 29th degree of finality, of the edge, of anticipating moving forward, so really wanting to wrap things up. We are getting a sense of what Pluto is bringing to us in this final degree of Capricorn, and we'll see Pluto back here at this final degree of Capricorn in the fall from September through November. So we'll talk more about that. But there is something that we are really able to come to an understanding with as these planets meet and they both shift into Aquarius. We're burning something off from the past. We are shedding something. We are regenerating something, and we are ready to move into something new. So expect pervasive energy on this day, deeply powerful shifts happening that are upon us. Okay, that is the highlight reel, the greatest hits for the transits taking place in Capricorn season. Stay tuned. We're going to talk about our tarot portion. We'll make the transition from the Chariot year into the Strength year. We'll talk a little bit about what those themes will look like and feel like, and then we'll pull for each sign. So I'll see you there.
Okay, so here we have the tarot themes that we are exploring as we cross this threshold from the end of the year into the beginning of the new year. We are welcoming 2024 and really hoping to see what we've worked through this year begin to take shape, begin to become part of our day-to-day, our way of being, and begin to look into the themes of strength. So we're ending a Chariot year. We're thinking about how we've worked to better align our conscious and unconscious selves. We've hopefully become more aware of what our filtering out process looks like, what it looks like for us to kind of choose and commit to what is going to lead us forward and shift out of and process what it is that means we are leaving behind. And that's important because if those sort of substances or influences are still present and we don't filter them out, then we are continuously led by them moving forward, even though we think we've consciously chosen this way. We ultimately start to still be we continue to be influenced by those, and so we drift ourselves off course somehow, and we then are at odds with ourselves. So we've spent this year understanding that process. We're moving now into a strength year for 2024, and there is a similar kind of process here. We are in the portion of the tarot that is about like duality, and it's kind of, it's like there's the self, the other, and the relationship between them, and that is really all of who we are. And so we've moved past this emotional, watery layer into this fiery, instinctual layer, and we're focusing now on where our perhaps programming or intellectualization of our world, our life, our choices, our intuition are maybe overpowering some of our actually innate, somewhat more subtle, maybe unreleased or unacknowledged, like sacral instincts. Or we could be kind of turning that around and looking at where our instincts and that kind of inner fiery self is steering us more than we are considering intellectually what the consequences may be or what the, right choice should be. And maybe we are kind of in this third space, right? Secret third thing of being in both of these places and trying to figure out which is more appropriate. When is this out of balance? When am I leading more with my instincts, unabashedly, recklessly perhaps? Where am I overthinking things and suppressing something within me that needs to be respected? Okay, so that's what we're moving into. And to help kind of bridge this transition to this new energy, we are in Capricorn season working with the devil. So the devil shows us where we are kind of very strictly in the tangible realm, bound to tangible systems, living within the rules of those systems, adhering to those rules to perhaps a fault, or at least using those rules and our adherence to those rules, mouthful, to kind of dictate or justify or enable or encourage our other behaviors in response to those rules that maybe aren't helpful for us, right? We might call these vices. We might look at these as addictive patterns. As humans, we all have addictive patterns, right? So, but specifically in response to kind of having to do things the way that the system demands. And the real question here is, where do we have to play by the rules, and where are we actually able to create some space, create some distance for a little more autonomy? Where do we not have to do things the way that we are kind of socially, culturally, financially, economically encouraged, right? There's a lot of rules within kind of the way we do things that are considered normal, that are not things that we all have to participate in, or that we have to participate in to the full extent that we've been taught. There are, there's a lot of different kind of wiggle room in here for us to determine what we do absolutely need to adhere to in order to survive this tangible realm, right? We have to pay rent, we have to pay our bills, we have to eat food, right? So those are those are sort of unbreakable rules at this point in existence. Beyond that, there are all kinds of different ways we play into systems that harm us, that we could be more in control of, we could be more aware of, we could be more mindful of. Things like that. Okay, so we're going to be looking at, surprise, surprise, it's Cap season. Your Cap rising friend here is going to read for these 3 cards as we do your horoscopes this season. We will be using our trusty dice as always, and we'll take a look at what kind of themes surrounding these very big energies might be coming up for you at this time. All right, let's do it. Okay, Capricorn. So, as we look at our season, we are looking at the sun, the new moon, in the new year, Mars, and later, Mercury, all hanging out in your first house of self and how you move through the world. We will see Pluto making its way into Aquarius at the very, very end of this season. Technically right at the start of Aquarius season, but we're going to count it because it's that important. We'll see Pluto moving into your second house of my things, my resources, my values, my skills, and how I use them to make my money. We have Saturn and Neptune hanging out in your third house of immediate environment, peers, siblings, the mind, communication. We have the North Node in Aries in your fourth house of home, emotional body, origin story, lineage. Okay. We have Jupiter and Uranus hanging out in your fifth house of play, self-expression, children, creativity. We have the full moon happening in your seventh house of one-on-one relationships, be they friend, business partner, lover, or enemy. And lastly, we have Mercury stationing direct, as well as Venus making ingress into your 12th house of endings, of karma, of what it all means in the end for me. Solitude. Faith came to just sort of like spoke up. And that's usually a 9th house theme, but that's the 9th house is where we sort of share a collective faith, or where we define what our faith looks like. But the 12th is where we experience it. Okay, so I have written some prompts for this month's pull, since it is the end of the year, since we are sort of making ingress ourselves into these new themes. And so the themes that we are looking at, we're going to ask about processes I brought into awareness this year. Kind of wrapping up these Chariot themes, where I am still seeking clarity with my processes, because we can't get everything done in a linear timeline, right? Attachments or vices that interfere with my processes. I'm looking at the Devil here, and how I can begin to release or reprogram these attachments or vices. Okay, so kind of starting to weave in this strength energy here. All right, and we will also be rolling our dice, and we'll look at the bottom of the deck as well to glean further information. Turn. Okay. All right, at the bottom of the deck, we have the Four of Wands, which is nice, and that's making me think about your 4th house north node. Now, if you have planets here in your 4th house, then the north node has been visiting them or is making its way to them. If you have your north node in Aries, and then you are experiencing or anticipating your nodal return. If your nodes are square these nodes, if they're in Cancer or Capricorn, then you're having your nodal square and you are sort of making choices at this time. But whatever's happening in your kind of 4th house of home, that Aries space, we are looking at whether or not there are things, oh, that's nice. There are things that are out of balance here, right? Like what does home look like to you right now? What sort of 4th house themes might be coming up for you? Home, origin story, family, emotional body. What's going on there, and how is that shaping your Capricorn season? We know that the holidays are upon us. If home is not like ideal, then maybe that's a theme that's standing out to you right now, and maybe that's being heightened by the kind of holiday season that we are in, which is commercially celebrated as a family holiday. So we'll see how that kind of weaves into things as well. So, processes I brought into awareness this year. 9 of Cups. Okay. I'm brought back to that, what I said about faith a moment ago in the 12th house, and how that's typically a 9th house theme, and yet faith is, when it comes down to it, what we experience individually within our framework, within our schema, right? And so the 9 of Cups is a very Jupiterian card, and for Capricorn, Sagittarius is the 12th house. And this is usual, I think, from what I have studied and gleaned, I think that when we look at the 9 of Cups, we tend to be looking more at the Jupiter in Pisces themes than we are in Sagittarius, because obviously we have water here, and this is a lot about wishing and having faith in that sense, having faith in our emotional desires, right? And being open to what comes of making those wishes known. But we could certainly weave in some of the Pisces themes that have been upon you, Capricorn. We've endured a Sagittarius season with a bunch of squares and conjunctions to Neptune, which is in Pisces, in your 3rd house. And so all of this activity from your 12th house to your 3rd house has really activated your sense of faith and like how it occupies your mind, how you communicate, how you encounter yourself amongst your peers, maybe your relationship with your family, how all those things impact home. You let me know. But that 3rd house, 12th house square can be really exhausting. Oh my goodness. Like, let me tell you. If you have planets in your 3rd house, planets in your 12th house, then you have probably lost sleep in the past season, because there's just been so much happening. And these are, the 12th house is a very dark house. And if we're not really aware of what goes on in that behind the scenes space, then we might really be activated in ways we can't necessarily negotiate with this time. Maybe that's something we've been getting clear on, right? So processes I brought into awareness this year have involved having a sense of connection to our faith, our ability to wish. If this has been out of alignment, I will tell you that I am a Capricorn rising, and I will share a story with you, which is that I was 19 once. I was 19 once, and I was driving to the beach with my friends. It was summer, and we were driving through the canyon, and we went through a tunnel. And when we went through the tunnel, I made a wish. And shortly after making that wish, the maybe exact opposite of that wish came to fruition instead. Like, just though it, not only did it not come true, it failed to come true in the most dramatic and like upsetting way. And so I was 19 once, right? So like emotionally that was deeply traumatic. And it made me, I decided in that moment, or in the aftermath of that wish, that I wasn't going to make wishes again. And it took me a long time to kind of understand what that was even about, and what that even, and that does sound very Capricorn, right? Like I was vulnerable, I was emotional, I was honest about something that I wanted. Like, first of all, Cap rising, whew, yeah, like that takes a lot to do that, right? And so to be vulnerable in that way, and to open up to wanting something, and to receive like the exact opposite, or worse, just some terrible mishap of what you were seeking, can really distort our ability to be wishful, right? And I think wishing can sound really frivolous, can sound really childish. Having an openness to desire can be really, really raw, and again, vulnerable. And if we've ever done that and had that backfire or blow up in our faces, then we've internalized that into our processes, right? We then have this sense of, well, I'm never going to wish again. So like, what does that mean for us? Like, how does desire work for us moving forward? What do we, right? So that's something that if we've suppressed that, if we've told ourselves, if someone else has told us that this isn't okay, that this is childish, this is naive, then we've internalized that, and that's impacted our conscious and unconscious selves. That's become buried in our unconscious space. And so something we may have been denying ourselves, we're like, my conscious self is going to choose this responsible thing because cap. And we've denied ourselves this desire. We've suppressed it. We've made fun of it. We've mocked it, or we've otherwise neglected it. It is still steering the ship somehow, right? Like, it's not actually gone. It's just being buried. So it's in the unconscious space, and it's absolutely informing what it is we're actually moving toward, whether we are conscious of it or not. Right? Okay, so this is a process we've brought into awareness this year, which means we are recognizing, and like, let's say recognizing, right? We're still in the space with it, right? We're still here with it, doing this process, understanding the process. We're in the process of understanding the process. There we go. So but we have become aware of how denying ourselves these wishes is really harmful to us. and is confounding our sense of direction. Okay. Where I am still seeking clarity with my processes. Okay. So the Knight of Wands is a rather impulsive one, right? The Knight of Wands is ready to act. That's built into knighthood. The Page is where the inspiration arrived, appeared, sparked, and the Knight is ready to up and away with it and like take it to go. Okay, we're gonna share this around. We're gonna we're gonna do this now. Real Sag energy, actually. And for Cap rising, these houses, or this fiery energy rather, is occupying your kind of subconscious houses. 4th house, 8th house, 12th house. So we talked about the 12th house, we talked about faith, we talked about kind of what we think the world adds up to in the end, which is really big and daunting. But we can weave in those 8th house and those 4th house spaces. We started talking with the 4th house over here with the 4 of Wands, which is home and origin story and family, whether biological or chosen, and emotional body and lineage, connection to land. Okay, so all of these, and the 8th houses are like shared space. That's sort of our subconscious space, right? 12th house is like unconscious, 8th house is like subconscious. We're like, like I feel a thing, but what is it? I'm tuned into something. I'm into the subtle magic. I'm into the subtle cues. You can fill in all these blanks. You know things about the 8th house. Okay, so fiery houses, processes that we're still seeking clarity with. Where do I act? What is my impulse? Where am I really impulsive? Okay. Let's put that out of alignment for a moment here, since we are still seeking clarity. Where am I impulsive to a fault? Where am I reckless in my impulsivity? Where do I pop off before I'm ready to show the receipts? Where does my temper get the best of me? Where am I full of air or gas? Like, where do I gas things up and like not follow through? Okay. And that again is all in those sort of dark shadow spaces, that 4th, 8th, and 12th, like my little like anal retention. I'm like, I have to make this. Okay, there we go. Oh no, okay, there we go. Okay, so where am I maybe out of alignment with some of my impulses, some of my compulsions, and where can I step back and kind of reframe that for myself? Get clearer on that. Get clear on where that happens and where I'd like to be a little more in conversation or awareness with that, like again, that impulse, with that drive to do that. So we're gonna keep focusing on where that fire maybe like gets a little out of hand, a little too big for us to temper, and where we set off on things that we're not necessarily ready to follow through on. Okay. Attachments or vices that interfere with my processes. I just heard the word ego. Not you, Capricorn. That is wild. What are we talking about? So the 7 of Wands is usually about self-defense, is what I wanted to say. Like, it's protective, okay? It's protective. We've been celebrated. People have seen us be celebrated. People have seen us like champion something or stand up for something, and they want to come for us. This might be haters. This might be people who don't appreciate our point of view or what we stand for. This might be someone wanting what we have, right? And so usually this is a card of, you got to stand up and fight. You got to like rise to it and defend it, and don't let people take what you have. If this is an attachment or a vice, then this means that we are a little too trigger happy with this defense. We are a little too reflexive, reactive, perhaps, maybe we make these a little bit bigger. I love that all this fire is showing up. It's like so dark within us, and I asked about processes, and so here we are. Like maybe these flames aren't as big as we make them out to be. Maybe these people are not, or like these people, spirits, I don't know. Maybe these things, these seeming obstacles are not as dangerous, but we are quick to be threatened. We are quick to kind of the word victimized just popped into my head, and I don't know if that's too strong, but like maybe we are a bit, and like we've probably had to do this. We've probably like if we're defensive, it means we've had to defend ourselves a lot. Okay, so as small people, listen, Capricorn, we've been responsible for things for way too long, like way too early in our lives. Okay, and so we've had to defend ourselves at some point. We've had to protect ourselves from maybe people, caretakers around us. Fourth house themes. What does home look like? So it's not that it's not justified, but it's that it is like such a well-worn path at this point that we just go down it so readily, when like we could go down a different path perhaps. There may be new pathways, like this is when I love to talk about neuroplasticity. We form new pathways all the time, but if we are running this one like down and it's so worn, like we are just going to naturally go in that place. And so think about where defensiveness is an attachment or a vice. Think about where you are quick to fight reactively or reflexively, and just start to open up to that. We're going to see here how we can begin to release or reprogram these attachments, right? So let's do, that's nice. Okay. Yeah, that's lovely. All right. So this might be connected to where the North Node is, right? In the fourth house, we're kind of thinking about the emotional body. We're thinking about like how we process emotions, and Aries is a fiery place. It really depends on where our Mars is for that. And so like if we don't have, I mean, any Mars could experience a struggle of an Aries fourth house. It's the sign of being alone. It's like the pioneer. So there may be stories about having to do things independently, right? I mean, I just said a moment ago that Capricorns have been responsible for too much too soon, too early. And a fourth house in Aries may be about where have I had to, like, where did that start at home? Where at home was I, like, too responsible for things? Where did I have to take on too much? Where did I have to like do things on my own or be the one to initiate things in my home? Okay, right? So like maybe that is part of this like reactiveness or reflexiveness that we're seeing here in these cards, because we've had to do this for so long and carry this torch that like it's a little like unruly right now. So it's really beautiful to see the Empress here as this grounding energy in terms of how we can release or reprogram. And this is Venus. And so I'm thinking about Venus moving into your 12th house. We talked about Venus making that sextile to Pluto and bringing us into that place of deep understanding before Venus moves into Sagittarius. And so I think there's this opportunity to sort of allow ourselves to start over, right? Venus will make ingress into Capricorn, our first house, right after it moves through Sagittarius. And so that's also, you know, this is us beginning to reframe, to reprogram, to release, tapping into like what is groundedness for us? What does it mean to feel okay, fertile comes to mind, and take that however you want. It doesn't need to be like biological fertility. It can be. But also just like emotionally abundant, physically resourced, so that you can show up for things in a way that feels good, so that you can engage with your environment and allow for growth in a way that actually feels positive to you and like replenished in some way. There's so much fire here, and having an Aries fourth house can be very kind of like home is wherever I am, and maybe I don't get to stay at home. Maybe I'm always leaving home. Maybe I'm always like wishing for a home that only I can create. And so maybe that process starts here with getting a sense of what that would look like for you, feel like for you. I feel like what we really want is to have this earthy groundedness on the inside of us rather than being it on the outside. It's like we do give this to others. Like Cap Rising show up for others. They are earthy and grounded and responsible and tangible for other people. And maybe to a fault, maybe we are running on fumes. Where do we gas things up too much? Maybe we're running on fumes, but we are this to other people. And like, what would it be to be in harmony with this energy? What would it feel like to be in harmony with that? Okay, we see Leo in 8, which is your 8th house. Like Leo typically is your 8th house. So that says a lot more about, I mean, here I see, well, I've put them here above the 7 of Wands. So clearly, subconsciously, I know what's happening. Yeah, like where are we maybe where is this 8th house Leo energy out of alignment, maybe like imbalanced? Where have you had to be like loud and proud to protect yourself? And where does that need a little bit of reframing now? How can we temper ourselves, not for anyone else, but just for ourselves, right? That Leo 8th house is kind of like, it me. I want to be myself with others, but right now I am maybe feeling defensive with others. And so where do I need to tend to that? Where can I have a different experience with that? What is my attachment to that, or why is this a vice, right? And so the way to begin to release this is to allow ourselves to think about where we can feel more grounded, more abundant. Maybe that's what the North Node is bringing us in the 4th house. Maybe that's what Jupiter and Uranus are up to in the 5th house for us. Maybe what we create can feel like home, rather than what kind of is within us. The word chaos popped into my head, and I was like, I don't want to say that we all have chaos within us, but like, don't we? And so just like really allowing this Venusian energy to be our focus. Maybe put the Empress on your altar. Maybe make a mood board of what being grounded looks like to you, right? What having a lush connection to resources looks like. And that also helps us tie in the 4 of Wands here, because this is about like creating a space for what I love. And so like having a fire 4th house is absolutely not a bad thing, but it does mean that we are the ones making it up. Okay? Like Aries, pioneer, initiator, leader. What do we want that space to look like, and how can we start to imagine it? How can we start to tap into that? Mercury finishing up retrograde in your 12th house, absolutely clearing up a lot of whatever was kind of stirred up during Sagittarius season. Mars has been in this space, right? Oof. Okay, so Mercury is kind of clearing up that space for us. That is ruling our 6th house and 9th house spaces. Maybe there is something habitual within our day-to-day world that we want to focus on, right? And maybe that can help us feel grounded and help us loosen our attachment to this vice, right? Maybe I spend all my time doom scrolling because the world's on fire. Okay, yes, that is super real, and no shade about that from me. But if we're feeling a little edgy and uncouth and just a little bit like rough around the edges, maybe there's something we could do, Mercury 6th house, health and body and routine, that with that time, instead of doom scrolling, maybe I could spend 10 minutes stretching. It feels very Empress. Honestly, y'all, I'm going to tell you, I've been getting back into yoga because I'm just like, what is going on? Like, I'm cranky. I'm rare. And like I play a lot of games on my phone as a means of decompressing, and like it's not though. So where can we tap into embodiment as like a form of routine? Maybe blend those fifth house, sixth house spaces. What is joyful for me? Dance is fun. Okay, so can I build some dance into my routine in place of some activity I'm doing that like I'm defensive about and I think is protecting me, but actually it's really just this. Okay. Thank you so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed this, please like, share, subscribe. I am wishing all Capricorns a restful and impacting, like, lastness, changing time. That was not the was not the sentence that I hoped it would be. I am hoping for y'all a lot of rejuvenation, a lot of clarity on where this fire is and how we can give it the space it deserves, right? Give that passion a home, ground into embodiment, and I hope to see you next time. Okay, welcome Aquarius. As we explore Capricorn season, we are seeing the sun, the new moon, eventually Mars, and later Mercury, all hanging out in your 12th house of endings, of karma, solitude, me and my maker, what it all really means in the end. We see Pluto making another ingress into your first house of self and how you move through the world. Saturn and Neptune are posted up in your second house of my values, my stuff, my resources, and the skills I use to acquire those resources. We have the North Node hanging out in your third house of immediate environment, peers, siblings, neighborhood, communication. Jupiter and Uranus are in your fourth house of home, family of origin, chosen family, lineage, land. We have the full moon in Cancer taking place in your sixth house of time, routine, and the body, and health. And lastly, we have Mercury stationing direct, as well as Venus making ingress into your 11th house of community, friends, hopes and dreams for the future. Okay, so I came up with some prompts for this month, given that we are moving through this transitory phase. So we'll be looking at processes I brought into awareness this year, where I am still seeking clarity with my processes, and that sort of sums up our Chariot year, right? Like, what did we get a grip on, and what has been brought to our attention, but that we are still working through. Attachments or vices that interfere with my processes. So this third prompt really brings in the devil part of this narrative. And lastly, how I can begin to release or reprogram these attachments or vices, weaving in and introducing some of this strength energy that we'll be looking at more in full as the year changes. Okay, and as always, we have our handy fluorite dice to help us reveal any other information we need, and we'll also look at the bottom of the deck. Okay, so we've got our 4 cards. Let's see what's underneath. The 7 of Cups, all about choice and what sort of emotional residue you're currently carrying that may be influencing the choices that you feel are available to you at this time. So we'll take a deeper look at that as we explore. Processes I brought into awareness this year. Well, this is a very Aquarian card, so beautiful for you, Aquarius. You have figured out more about who you are, right? The star comes after the tower. So you have become maybe aware of that connection between the tower and the star, how it is that we tear things apart in order to reveal the beauty and bounty beneath them. That feels very much like Pluto making its way into your first house, which it did this year for the first time back in April. and then dipping back out into your 12th house, which it is right now. It is currently at 29 degrees of Capricorn. It will pop into Aquarius on the first day of Aquarius season, so a very Aquarian time for you. So it's beautiful to see that you've been working on, like, where have I been maybe like keeping myself small? Where do I not feel comfortable being my full connected self? What kind of situations have I been in that have been limiting my authentic self and my ability to emerge as the star? What kind of tower moments did I have to go through this year in 2023 in order to get to this place of being the star? Okay, so love that. Beautiful. Where I am still seeking clarity with my processes. Okay. Oh, what's that? You say there's still some anxiety. Maybe there's anxiety around the fact that tower moments had to occur in order for the star to emerge. Maybe we anticipate more tower moments. Maybe we live in a cycle of our, let me start over. Maybe we live in such a way where we are engaged in a cycle that has to deal with how we're able to face our anxiety. Maybe we contribute to our own anxiety. I don't want to call you out. I do this too, so we're human. Maybe we contribute to our own anxiety by suppressing this star energy. Maybe we were really conflict averse as children. We were forced to sort of keep the peace for other people, right? And like be some sort of beautiful, pacified, like angelic entity that just absorbed all negativity from other people. And that has created some sort of cycle of anxiety about, I need to break out of this. Who even am I? I'm afraid of creating a tower moment though, and therefore I guess I'll just stay in here forever. So anxiety is a really pervasive thing. It's very difficult to gain clarity on those processes. We are typically anxious because we've been given the responsibility of managing other people's emotions in a way that is not fit for us because this happened when we were children. So we're still working on the anxiety. Maybe we're still seeking clarity on the root of the anxiety or the cycle of the anxiety. What triggers this anxiety? Maybe we're still getting clear on that. Okay. Attachments or vices that interfere with my processes. Okay. 2 of Pentacles. Yeah. Okay. So, man, maybe this really furthers the 9 of Swords narrative that I just like kind of supposed, which is one of, if I don't keep the peace, then I'll feel out of balance. Like, how many of us were asked to maintain peace for others when we were children in such a way that we internalized that role, and it's become a part of like our day-to-day life. Like, we are constantly shifting to adjust for that kind of responsibility. Okay, so if that's you, I'm giving you a big hug right now. Same. Okay, so that's one iteration of this. All I know, like, anticipating anxiety or anticipating responsibility or anticipating suppressing the tower is part of my day-to-day life. This is part of my balance now. So I'm attached to that being part of me, and I don't know what I'll replace that with, because we're gonna have to replace that compulsion to people please or to again, like, maintain the status quo, go along with a group. That feels very Aquarian, right? There are there's 2 sides of that Aquarian coin. Either I split off from the group because I know I'm different and I'm ready to be myself in all its fullness, and like, maybe that's really radical, maybe I'm the only one, or I really need to identify with like this groupthink. Like, I really need to be a part of this bigger group of people, and I don't know myself outside of playing that role. I don't know who I am. That is my sense of balance, is contributing to this broader thing. And if I separate from that and have to like start thinking on my own and being my own person, that's going to disrupt my balance, right? So there's absolutely this sense of, whatever is our status quo is our status quo. Like, as a training therapist, we learned that our coping mechanisms are us doing our best, right? Like, even if there's something dysfunctional happening, which for most of us there is, right? We have this anxiety, we have this like inner world that we're trying to tend to. So that is our balance though. Like, we have forged our lives around that way of being, and it still feels disruptive to start to implement new coping mechanisms, new ways of thinking. Like, that causes change. And the reason that we are like locked into this way of being is because we're trying to avoid future change, like that tower moment that I said. Maybe we're trying to avoid the tower moment. Maybe every change feels like a tower moment. Okay, so we are kind of dealing with some, and this is Pentacles too, right? So this is our actual tangible self. This is like the fiber of our being. Depends on sort of like what has been routinized for us. And so this way of being, though it is chaotic, though it produces anxiety for us, that anxiety still allows us to think we are in control, right? That is the purpose that anxiety serves. It is to make us think of all the things we can think of to possibly be in control. So we're going to work on that, okay? How are we going to work on that? How can I begin to release or reprogram these attachments or vices? Ooh, okay. We're becoming self-contained, right? And let's just, I think we saw this show up in one of the moon readings, but I love the juxtaposition of this triangle opposite this reverse triangle, this inverse triangle, right? They are pointing at each other at this point. And we are getting a sense of how strength is going to play out for you next year. We're focusing on evolving out of this 9 and reaching this place of self-containment in the Queen. We are working on recognizing how far we've come, how much we've been able to manage on our own, how much we've been able to sort out for ourselves, how much we have gotten through. We may constantly be thinking about everything we haven't done, everything that hasn't worked out, everything that has failed, everything that we have failed with, etc. That's an ongoing list, and here we are at the 9, right? It's just gonna keep piling up. So we're in this place where we're thinking about, where am I? Ooh, let's see the 2 sides of this. Where am I needing to sort of bolster my own mental capacity right now? Where do I need to maybe close off to other things, right? Create this barrier and create a safe space for my mind. And this does mean no longer being influenced by those things that create the anxiety. So far, we're focusing on blocking ourselves off from external influences that will lead to more of this, that will generate more anxiety. Okay, so we're also like, I think the thought I wanted to finish there was that maybe we're still working on it within ourselves, right? Maybe we're still working on when the anxiety stems from us organically, and that's something that we need to work on in strength. But for now, we're focusing on how to at least eliminate the stress that comes in. Maybe we can't eliminate it, but we can create some sort of barrier, some sort of boundary. We can create some sort of filtration system that allows us to confront whatever is trying to get in a different, more protected way. So it's not just coming from inside the house, right? So it's not just like, it's all, I'm letting it all in. We're keeping some of that out. So while we focus on where it comes from within us, we are at least eliminating it from coming in from the outside. Reversed, we might be, where have I been holding it all together for someone else, right? I think of court cards as playing a role. So where have I been the Queen of Swords? Where have I been really tight, constrained, holding on super tight, right? Creating these, where have I been creating boundaries that I think are helping me? Where have I been keeping it all together, keeping things inside myself that I now need to step out of? So we're looking at 2 sides of this. Where do I need to do this for myself? Where do I need to stop doing this, maybe for other people, or because I think that it's the only way I can keep navigating doing all of this, right? Okay. And we certainly see where that ties into the 7 of Cups. We have no water in this spread, all right? So this is all very like mental. Again, Aquarius, air, air. You've got a little bit of earth, right? Thinking about that fourth house, that Taurus space, like how do you ground, okay? So let's think about the emotional component of this. Let's think about the past, right? All of the events in the past that have sort of emotionally tainted how we feel about the options in front of us right now. Am I looking at, like, what does this actually symbolize to me? Is this a distraction from dealing with this chaos? Is this an actual respite from something that's otherwise untenable? How I'm able to see this really depends on what I've been through in the past that has impacted my emotions. Seven of Cups is very Venus and Scorpio, which we have as a transit right now. We have Venus moving through Scorpio. Venus just opposed Uranus. Lots of instability abounding around us. And so what has happened in the past will absolutely color what we think is possible in the future, as well as what we even think we have as options. And that may absolutely be impacting what's happening here. I've tapped into more of this. That feels really good. I've seen more of myself emerge. Is this my real self? Am I seeing what I want to see? Or am I seeing a version of myself based on what I think I should be seeing within myself based on what I've experienced in the past? Do you see how quickly that became a spiral? So we're really like, again, like air, communication, mental, like intellectualization. We're really thinking a lot about the things, but we're also maybe feeling a lot about them too. And it might be important to get a grip on what those feelings are connected to from the past and how we can get clearer on what's impacting what we think is possible for us right now. Okay. Let's roll these dice. So I love this homework for you moving into 2024, this strength year, tightening up these boundaries or implementing them for the first time, right? Maybe you've been through several instances of setting boundaries and maybe they're leaky. Maybe they've never really fully worked. Maybe it's time to restructure them, right? Maybe they've worn out. Maybe it's time to kind of firm up those boundaries. Maybe this is the first time that you've ever felt that this is possible. Maybe you're even debating here in the Seven of Cups whether or not you are allowed to set boundaries, and you're thinking about, what am I feeling that is making me think, feelings and thoughts, that this is or is not allowed. Okay, Gemini popped out. Right? So maybe you're in this process of what am I even allowed to set boundaries around? I tried to set boundaries once and someone got really mad, and therefore I no longer feel like that's allowed for me. Okay, but that's an event from the past that we need to reframe or we need to make peace with. Maybe that person wasn't actually meant to be a permanent part of your life, and that is where that struggle came from. But if you've internalized that and decided that that's going to be true about all people moving forward, that's something that you need to look at, right? No one else can really tell you that that's true. You need to get clear on that. Listen, my heart is stained as well, so let's just keep it real. Okay, Gemini, that is your fifth house. Okay, so maybe there's, Mercury's retrograde right now, right? Opposite that in your 11th house. It's actually in your 12th house at this moment, but by the time you've seen this, it will probably have move through the Cazimi and move back into Sagittarius in your 11th house. So perhaps there's something about this fifth house about how you express yourself. Maybe there's something here about playfulness. Okay, can you be playful in how you communicate rather than anxious? And what would that look like for you? Maybe Mercury's been figuring that out while it's been retrograde in your 12th house of like deep unconscious space. And also your 11th house of hopes and dreams of the future, as well as friends and community. Maybe you're thinking about, like, these people are my friends, these people are not my friends, and like these people I feel safe expressing myself clearly with. So something there for you. I encourage you to let me know what that brings up for you in the comments. Pluto, absolutely moving into your first house, really bringing about this deep change. Pluto crossing the ascendant is life-changing, okay? You do not remain the person that you were before this transit. So maybe that causes a lot of anxiety too. It's like, wow, I'm seeing myself change. I don't even know who I am anymore. And like, what else is going to change? This makes me really nervous. 7, let's think about that 7th house, which is Leo, which is being ruled by the sun. If you have planets there, perhaps that's part of this narrative too. But that 7th house space of like friends and enemies, right? Maybe those relationships are changing in some way. Maybe your relationships to other people are changing. And that's an interesting 7th house because the ruler, the sun, never goes retrograde, never moves backward, never like falters, right? But maybe some of your relationships falter. And maybe this is sort of revealing to you what you do want to continue to have in your life versus like what relationships are not even worth all of this anxiety. What of my one-on-one relationships are not even giving me enough to make all of this worthwhile? Like, it'd be one thing if we were having anxiety about relationships that are reciprocal and that are healthy and that make us feel good. That would certainly be, you know, a question of like, well, this gives me this, and so I feel like I must give this in return. That's one set of issues. But if there are one-on-one relationships where someone's taking more than they're giving and we're still having this anxiety, then that brings us back to this place of like, what relationships have I been a part of in the past that have really made me feel like this is all I'm good for? Okay? So I want you to think about that, Aquarius, as we move forward. As you are in this period of winding down your year, right? All these planets moving through your 12th house. By the time I see you next month, hopefully, for Aquarius season, you'll have all these planets moving into your 1st house of self, and you will be shedding something from this time that you're ready to be done with. So perhaps that is some relationships or some sort of qualities about your relationships that you are ready to change. Okay, Aquarius, thank you so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed this, please like, please share, please subscribe. I do hope to see you next season for your season, and we'll talk about what Pluto is up to and the long-awaited conjunction between Venus and Mars in Aquarius. So we'll talk about that next time. See you then. Welcome, Pisces, to your Aquarius season forecast. As we explore Capricorn season, we are seeing the sun, the new moon, eventually Mars, and later Mercury moving into your 11th house of friends and community, hopes and dreams for the future. We are seeing Pluto make a 2nd ingress into your 12th house of the end, of karma, solitude, what it all really means, me and my maker. Saturn and Neptune are posted up in your 1st house of self and how you move through the world. The North Node is in your 2nd house of my stuff, my values, my resources, and the skills I use to acquire them. We see Jupiter, your chart ruler, and Uranus hanging out in your 3rd house of the mind, communication, peers, siblings, immediate environment, neighborhood. The full moon in Cancer is taking place in your 5th house of true love, children, joy, play, self-expression. And lastly, we see Mercury stationing direct, as well as Venus making ingress into your 10th house of career, legacy, and reputation. I have some prompts for us to help sort of explore the transition we're moving through with these cards, ending the Chariot year, entering the Strength year, and working with the Devil. So we're going to be looking at processes I brought into awareness this year, where I am still seeking clarity with my processes. And that really ropes in the Chariot and helps us wrap up those stories. Third, attachments or vices that interfere with my processes, and that's how we are weaving in and working with the Devil. And lastly, how I can begin to release or reprogram these attachments or vices, which shows us weaving in and introducing this strength energy that we'll be working with all year next year. Okay, as always, we will roll our fluorite dice to get a sense of what else we need to know, and we'll also look at the bottom of the deck. Okay, so let's take a look here. Bottom of the deck shows the King of Swords. Okay, we are firming up some kind of like mastery of knowledge. What have you been working on? Like, what are you finishing up, or what are you realizing you have like really leveled up in, right? This could be Pluto moving into your 12th house. This is an air card, right? Swords are air. And so perhaps there's some kind of final boss you're meeting, okay? Right? The King of Swords is really the final step in this process, which is one of I am clear on all I need to know, regardless of what's going on around me. I am a source of integrity. I am a source of information. I have mastered this. I am able to demonstrate the mastery of this outwardly to others. Here I am doing it. Okay, so processes I brought into awareness this year. That's lovely. This is making me think about Jupiter, your chart ruler, in your 3rd house of the mind and communication. This could be connected to something else, but we're going to start here. This could also make me be like, no, I'm going to say Capricorn in your 11th house, since that's also earthy, but I'm going to start with my original instinct here, which is Jupiter in the 3rd. And so Jupiter in this 3rd house maybe has brought you an abundance of new ideas, new possibilities. The Ace is the beginning. Maybe there's something that you wanted to do for a long time and didn't think was possible, and Jupiter and Uranus have been up in your 3rd house, kind of like poking you a bit, kind of like, but what if? But like, here are some of your peers exploring some of this idea. This is how they're doing it. You could stand out in this way. You could be this influence. You could bring something new to your neighborhood or to your immediate environment. You could bring something new to your peers to talk about and to like analyze and explore, right? So since this is a process, maybe you're getting clear on what it is to have new ideas for yourself and how you interact with those ideas. Do you honor those new ideas? Do you make space for them? Do you, I'm like, where's your Venus? Do you neglect those ideas? Do you go back and forth, right? What consciously happens with your ideas versus what unconsciously happens? Do you like charge ahead with something maybe before you're ready, and then you kind of self-sabotage by not being prepared, and then it falls apart? Like, how do you interact with your ideas? So this is something that you've brought into awareness this year. You have gotten clear on it. I'm still thinking Jupiter, okay? So where I am still seeking clarity with my processes is the 9 of Wands. So I have this new idea, but how far can I take this? I have this new idea, and maybe that's part of what happens to the Ace of Pentacles process. I have this new idea, but I'm already overwhelmed about how much effort it's going to take to get it finished. How long will I have to do this thing in order for it to count or like to be worthwhile? How do am I going to do this all by myself? Which, like, the answer is typically yes. When we get to the end of the wands, we realize that we are the ones carrying the torch forever. Like, no one's going to come carry the torch for us. This is our passion. This is our project. This is what we are bringing into the world. Maybe this is some of what Mercury is moving back into your 10th house of career and legacy and fiery goodness in Sagittarius to help rectify. Maybe there's something that like, oh, okay, if Mercury rules your home house and your like one-on-one relationship house, maybe there's a question of like, do I have the energy to do all this? 4th house, like my emotional body is exhausted. Do I know the right people? 7th house, to really like take this from the 3rd house into the 7th house one-on-one to find a business partner, right? So there's a bunch of questions here about, I want to honor my ideas. I've gotten really clear about what ideas feel good to me and like how to make more space for them. I'm still figuring out what within my like unconscious kind of interrupts my ability to commit long term to something or to trust that I can carry it out. Okay. Attachments or vices that interfere with my processes. Oh. Well, we have Jupiter here front and center. Where's Jupiter in your chart? Okay, so how do you feel about your odds in terms of like things working out in your favor? Depending on where we experience Jupiter, we may feel frustrations about what's possible. We may feel like we have to be lucky in order to get things to happen. And if we don't feel lucky, then maybe we're like really downtrodden about all of this. Maybe we just flip all of this because we're like, well, I'm never going to get this to happen. My Jupiter is in Capricorn and feels like because there are limited resources, I can't even muster up the faith to believe that this could happen. I'm going to feel maybe like downtrodden about that. That's one expression of Jupiter in Capricorn. There are many. Maybe there's a feeling of, let's think about the wheel. The wheel is about kind of how do things unfold when the cards are laid out. So have you been putting in the work to make an opportunity come into play or come to fruition? Have we been prepared, and have we put in the work so that when opportunities do appear, we are ready to embrace them? Or do we prevent that from happening because we tell ourselves some narrative about how it's never going to work out for me that way, or like that will never happen for me? So Wheel of Fortune, we may be attached to the feeling that we know what our luck looks like, is one way to think about this. We could be really attached to like gambling. This is a very much like, I'm going to spin the wheel, I'm going to take a chance. And it's like, whoa, maybe that wasn't worth taking all that chance. Like maybe that wasn't even worth the gamble. So maybe there's this like, my attachment is, oh man, my attachment is hustle culture. Like I always got to be prepared. I always got to be prepared. And so like, because I'm always thinking about the being prepared, I get really caught up on the, can I take this all the way? Because like I have to be prepared, but that creates a lot of friction about my ability to actually be prepared. And then just screw this new idea. It's going to be too much trouble to make it happen or to get where I need to be with it. Maybe we feel like we can't put in enough work to make any of this happen. And that in itself is like a vice or an attachment. I'm attached to the attitude that I can't make my luck pan out in a better way. Okay. All right. How I can begin to release or reprogram these attachments or vices. Okay, it's time to shed, bitch. Okay, so yeah. All right, Pisces. You're comfortable with like this kind of Scorpio stuff, right? So, but that's interesting actually, because Scorpio is your 9th house of beliefs. Okay, so that is kind of a like locked in place attitude to have in a space that is meant to be kind of like guiding you forward, right? The 9th house is supposed to help us understand how we fit into the bigger picture of things and what culture means to us and what parts of it we connect with. And it's also our perspective on like what we expect from the world. What do I have faith in? Faith is defined in the 9th house, and then it's experienced in the 12th house. So what is your definition of faith right now? Or like, what is your definition of what you think you contribute to the world? 9th house is like mass broadcasting. So what kind of messages do you put into the world? And maybe like what's been locked in place there? Because again, Scorpio is a fixed sign. And what needs to evolve in that space of your own mentality, your own perspective there? King of Swords. What do you need to like master here in order to allow yourself to believe that these things are possible? Allow these attitudes to shift in some way. Allow yourself to feel like you can prepare. Allow yourself to feel like you can commit for the long haul and you can take this all the way. I love to show this tiny detail. We have this like cosmic road, right? This like galactic road, and in the middle of it is this little car. And this is us, right? And so on this journey of the wands, like we have taken this so far, we've lived so much, we've gotten all this way into this journey. And at this point, we're kind of wondering like, how much more of this is there left? And can I make it? Like, do I have enough gas? Do I have enough snacks to like make this whole ride? Am I gonna fall apart before I make it like to the end? And the reality is that in the 10, there is really no end, right? Our passions die with us. Like we don't finish our passion. right? It's our life force. It's who we are. It's connected to us. So what in your sort of space of perspective needs to shift? I'm like, where's your Mars? What in your ninth house perspective on meaning? What meaning have you made from your time here on Earth so far? And what in those stories maybe needs to be released? What in that meaning maybe needs to die away? What do you need to let go of within your perspective of these things in order to allow your perspective on these other things to shift a bit? And so we certainly see where the King of Swords comes in. We are mastering our ability to kind of claim ownership over our ideas and to be able to express those ideas clearly to other people and to allow others their own clarity into their own ideas. So let's roll these and see what else we need to know. But we're certainly getting an idea of what this kind of looks like for you. And I love that we've kind of got we've got two majors here, right? So you're moving through some big stuff, which makes a lot of sense. Saturn's in your first house. Saturn's slowing you down. Maybe Saturn's a part of this doubt. Saturn's like, I have new ideas in the third house, but like, oh my God, I can't even go anywhere because Saturn's in my first house. So like, what do I think is even going to be possible right now? So maybe Saturn's slowing you down to kind of force a perspective shift, right? Maybe Neptune is in your first house, slowing you down and making you think about like what's important to you. What can I wash away from you in order to like clear up space for you to take up more space in the world? Okay. All right. So Mercury, yeah, I'm going to put Mercury here with the Nine of Wands. Definitely thinking about that. Definitely thinking about how you're revising what you want that legacy space to look like. You're revising what it is you even want to make this commitment to drive toward, right? And so that's fair to have doubt there, to feel like, if I'm going to be in this car forever, metaphorically, with this passion, like, I better make sure it's a good one. Like, I better make sure it's worth it. Okay, so I'm expecting this Mercury retrograde to bring you clarity there and to bring you into a place of questioning what's important to you and what you are willing to make this drive for, okay? We have Leo, and I don't even know that I would affiliate that with any of the cards that are out right now, but we are looking at your sixth house. That may be trined by Mercury while it's making this retrograde. It's also kind of being trined by that North Node in Aries hanging out. So there's potentially, and that's in your second house, right, of my stuff, my resources. So there's a broader conversation, perhaps, where we're thinking about, what time do I have? How much energy do I have? What is the state of my body currently? How does that impact my relationship to these new possibilities, right? That third house space is squaring that sixth house space. So there may be lots of ideas in the third house because Jupiter's there, and yet there may be less energy physically or less time in your day to actually make space for all of those. And that might be contributing to these questions of like, well, if I want this, I have to be able to commit a lot of time to driving toward this. And maybe I feel doubtful about that. Let's also weave in the fact that that sixth house space is squaring also the ninth house space of Scorpio. So we see a connection here, and Pluto moving into your 12th house is finishing out the Grand Cross. So we have a whole perspective shift upon us regarding our attitudes about kind of what we think is important, third house, how we're able to make space for that in real time, sixth house, how that impacts what meaning we're able to make from the importance of that, ninth house, and ultimately what we think that adds up to in the end with me and my maker in the 12th house. Okay, and then we see 5 here, which is making me think about thinking about the 5th house, thinking about that full moon, right? And we talked about that full moon maybe being a little emotional. That full moon is square to Chiron in the 2nd house. Maybe that Chiron in the 2nd house is bringing up doubts about what my earning capacity is, what skills I'm even able to use. And so the 5th house full moon, which is meant to be like, I'm expressing myself and I'm engaging in play, might feel really torn about what can I self-express when I feel like it counters the skills that I use, or what can I self-express when I feel like it impacts my ability to earn. Okay, So all things, all themes that we're seeing explored here in this King of Swords, thinking about what this, ultimately what, how can you get a grasp of how your mind influences what you're trying to accomplish, what you're trying to do. Okay. All right, Pisces, thank you so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed this, please like, please share, please subscribe. Next season, we'll talk about Aquarius, we'll talk more about Pluto, and we'll prepare for your season as well. So, see you then. All right, Aries, let's dive into your Capricorn season forecast. All right, so as we explore Capricorn season, we are looking at the sun, the new moon, eventually Mars, and even later Mercury, hanging out in your 10th house of career, legacy, and reputation. We see Pluto make ingress again into your 11th house of friends, communities, and hopes and dreams for the future. We have Saturn and Neptune hanging out in your 12th house of the end, of karma, solitude, me and my maker, what it all means. We have the North Node in your first house of how I move through the world and myself, how I see myself, how others see me. We have Jupiter and Uranus in your second house of my time, my skills, my resources, my values. We have the full moon in Cancer coming up in your 4th house of home, family, origin story, lineage, land. And we have finally Mercury stationing direct, as well as Venus making ingress into your 9th house of philosophy, other cultures, faraway travel, mass communication, making meaning. Okay, so I came up with a few prompts for this season to help us weave in all this transitional energy we're working with. So we'll be looking at processes I brought into awareness this year, where I am still seeking clarity with my processes, and both of those help us end our time with the Chariot. Looking at attachment or vices that interfere with my processes, and this is how we are working with the devil this month. And lastly, how I can begin to release or reprogram these attachments or vices, ultimately allowing us to invite in and start working with this strength energy. Okay. As always, we'll roll our fluorite dice to see what else we need to know. And we'll also be looking at the bottom of the deck. So let's get to it. Okay. Bottom of the deck is 7 of Pentacles. We are in a period of assessment. We are reflecting on the process so far of like kind of beginning something, right? In the 6, we received something that helps us kind of strike a balance, so we're able to now invest in planting to grow further. And the 7 sees us having planted those seeds and getting a sense of whether we are appreciating what we are seeing grow from what we planted. Did I do this right? Is there something I want to tweak here? Do I need to go back and maybe like revise some of this formula before it becomes anchored and repeated in the 8 of Pentacles? Okay, so we'll see how that ties in as we pull the rest of these cards. Processes I brought into awareness this year. The 7 of Swords. Cool. So you've been seeing more of maybe like where you've been. The first thing that I thought was where you've been fake with people. And I don't mean that in a mean way, but Libra is your 7th house of one-on-one relationships, friend, lover, business partner, or enemy. And so maybe you've seen some enemies come out of some friendships. Maybe you've seen some friendships come out of a place of being enemies. Maybe you've, as the South Node has passed through that space, seen where you've been going along with something, trying to get away with something, imposter syndroming yourself, but otherwise not really being or honoring your true self in some way. Libra can be, as we're seeing unfold in front of us in real time, really fake. Libra can be a compromise that we make that actually serves no one, right? But we're doing it for the sake of compromise. We're doing it for the sake of being liked. If you are recognizing where you've been doing something to be liked by other people, or you've been doing something to get other people to like you, or you have only liked people for doing something in a compromise that actually isn't true to them, then that's something you've gotten clear on. You've brought that into awareness. Perhaps you're still working on it, right? And so there's different versions of what the 7 can represent. Again, I said imposter syndrome, which could very much be I am convinced that I don't belong here, and therefore I am acting from that place. I'm keeping myself small. Maybe I'm passive aggressive toward people because I think that they are better than me. Maybe I gas myself up in a false way to compensate for the sense of imposter syndrome that I experience, right? So those are all possibilities that don't necessarily have to be like, I only like you because you compromise with me. But it could very well be that, like, you're an Aries rising, okay? Like, you go where you want to go, and people can either meet you there or they can peace out. And there may be something in here that you're reconciling for yourself, or you're saying, oh, maybe I expect something that is not like of integrity, and I'm working on that. And let's talk about how that usually goes both ways, right? Compromises mean like we usually have some scenarios or contexts where we have expectations that are unfair, and that may be connected to the fact that we put up with other people's expectations of us that are not fair. And there may be a loop here, right? So we are aware of this. We are becoming aware of this. We've acknowledged that this is something we're navigating. I'm gonna mirror this hand. Okay. Where I am still seeking clarity with my processes. The Hierophant. Okay. So let's look at the, like, we talked about the Libra 7th house. Let's look at the other Venusian space, right? That Taurus space. And Mercury has been, nope, I'm so sorry. I want to say Uranus. Uranus has been there, like shaking up what you can trust, right? That second house is like stuff I have. And like maybe your resources have changed. Maybe your values have changed. Maybe they're in the process of changing. Maybe you are realizing that what you believe in isn't actually serving you. And so it's time to make that process more conscious. We're still working on becoming aware of and getting clear on what this means to us. But there's some bigger picture issue here about what I'm able to have faith in. Maybe I don't trust my own skills. Okay. Maybe that's where we have the 7 of Swords. I don't actually trust my own skills. I don't trust my own resources. I don't trust my ability to use my skills to gain resources. I don't trust what I have. Jupiter might be like, I have so much, actually. Maybe those two energies are like conflicting and it's really confusing. Maybe Jupiter wants you to believe in your skills, and that's really triggering some anxiety here in that space of like, oh, imposter syndrome, but Jupiter really wants me to think that I'm good at this, and I can't wrap my head around it. Attachments or vices that interfere with my processes. Temperance. All right, we've got at least 2 major arcana cards here, so we've got some big themes we're navigating. Is there a broader sense of balance that you are sort of like obsessed with maintaining? Temperance is typically Sagittarius. That's your 9th house space. Is there something within your belief system that encourages you to feel this way about these other spaces? Is there like a vice that is I kind of self-sabotage, and I couldn't possibly have all these resources. I couldn't possibly exist in a state of balance. And this is based on what I believe in right now. I actually thrive in chaos. And maybe having things balanced would be a little too unsettling for me, right? So how are we attached to temperance in a way that is unhelpful to us? Maybe we're obsessed with the idea of it and we are never really allowing ourselves to believe we're there. Maybe it's something we're chasing indefinitely, and we're like, I can't do this because I don't have all of this alchemy balance in play right now. I don't have all of these elements that I need, and therefore that's why I'm allowed to experience myself and those I share intimate space with through a false lens. Okay. How can I begin to release or reprogram these attachments or vices? Like, it's time to fight, maybe? It's time to fight for something. Maybe this is learning how to fight fair, right? If we've been making compromises with people in our 7th house space that like we do just to keep the peace, and then we're mad that someone else isn't willing to keep the peace, maybe we need to tap into, why do I believe I need to keep the peace? What is the peace? What is the false sense of balance that is present in the peace that I'm trying to maintain? And what would it mean if I actually were willing to fight for something? What would it mean to actually allow for tension to be present? Like Aries, you are supposed to be like pow pow. So let's say that that's a possibility. Maybe let's also say like maybe it's time to temper this. Maybe this needs to be like reviewed so that we can think about, where do I come off too strong? Where do I fight where it's not fair? Where do I fight for something here because I believe in it, because I need this balance, and it's actually like really, I'm fighting for what? Like this is off, right? This is out of whack. So what am I even fighting for? So perhaps there's too much fire coming out. Again, to kind of maintain some false peace, or like to, isn't that funny, right? What's the expression? Like, we can't fight for peace. Like, you can't, I think it's more, it's a little more graphic than that, but that's what I can say here on YouTube. Like, fighting for peace is like, I think you can look up the rest, or you already know the rest. But fighting for peace doesn't make sense. It's an oxymoron. Fighting for peace is really silly. Peace is peace. Fighting is fighting. There's no equation there. There's no fighting to make peace. That's just not real. So maybe we're looking at what we've been fighting about or fighting for that's actually pulling us away from this sense of peace we actually crave in our relationships, but that is completely out of balance, right? And all of this brings us back to this 7 of Pentacles, which is helping us understand, just getting a look at what we're like assessing right now, like not needing to know all the answers, but really just deciding if this is something we want to tweak for ourselves in this moment. Do I want to recalibrate the formula so that moving forward I can have more salient relationships and be more of myself and be more like tolerant of other people being themselves? Can I let go of this false sense of balance that isn't actually balanced? Can I reflect on why I need this like sense of balance to be the way that it is? Who informed this? Who brought this in here? Okay. But just being in a place of assessing before we finalize the recipe. So here in this place, we can tweak things, right? Again, Mercury is still retrograde. We have Venus making its way into Sagittarius soon. So there are these, there's still time. There's still time. Okay, there's time to fix what kind of feels out of place here. There's time to focus on these 2 major arcana cards and to understand archetypally, what am I part of as an archetype right now? Who informed that? Who taught me about this false sense of peace? I mean, really, it's like society. Let's acknowledge that first. Like, society wants Libran compromises because we call it like being civil, and like how much of that is actually suppressing our real fire and like what we're here for. Aries, you, okay, and the North Node. All right, so like let's break down positive Aries for a moment. Aries is not just like, I want it, I got it, okay? It's like, I see something out there in the distance that could be really powerful, could be really fruitful, could be really exciting, could be really fun, could be important. Aries is the initiator. So healthy Aries sees what they see in the distance and they make their way toward it, knowing that they then will have the opportunity to lead others through that same process. So Aries is never totally alone. Aries is a very independent sign, but when it's healthy, it actually recognizes that it's more about interdependence. Aries is nothing without Libra. Aries is not, no man is an island, right? Our actions impact others around us. Our actions are meant to, in an ideal capacity, guide others to initiate for themselves, to get clear on what their needs are. And so we're looking at Aries energy that is out of balance. The North Node is in your first house to show you how to be a better you, right? How to show you how to move through the world with that integrity that Aries is meant to have. Aries can be a jerk if Aries doesn't actually think about how important it is for each of us as individuals to express ourselves in our unique and innate way. If Aries thinks that Aries gets to Aries and that everyone else has to Libra, that's not fair. If Aries denies itself the capacity to Aries because of things that are happening in the Libra space, that's not fair to Aries. So only Aries can decide to kind of do things to set the tone. I think that Aries models for others what is right, but if that Aries is being informed by these sort of false compromises again, and like is being guided by some beliefs that that's what they should be doing, we're going to see a naughty Aries, aren't we? We're going to see a naughty Aries. We're going to see a naughty Aries who sometimes keeps the peace and then every once in a while strikes out and then upsets people because they're used to that Aries acting a certain way that keeps the peace, and then that Aries gets mad. We're going to see some Aries who, again, as I said a moment ago, like expect that they get to play by their own rules, but then expect others to play by their rules. We're seeing some disharmony here. So this is absolutely a time for you to focus on, what do I need to do to be the best me? Me doing that will just filter naturally into the space of how I then show up for these one-on-one relationships with other people. What do I need to do to tap into my own fire and to express it in a way that feels healthy and positive? That is me then modeling for other people what that can look like for them, and me also telling myself to make space for that authenticity. 2, Taurus, second house, Jupiter, Uranus. It's time for faith to be reevaluated in some way. And I imagine Uranus is there in that second house space to get you to think about like what you are attached to, what you have that you think you're meant to keep forever, what you value as a skill of yours that you think is permanent, what you have trusted thus far that is time to reframe in some way. Okay, so Uranus is going to be there for quite a bit longer. Jupiter will be done here in May. So we have a few more months of Jupiter, who will station direct imminently on December 30th. We have Jupiter here sort of calling your attention to this space, asking you to get clearer on what you are actually able to believe in, what those beliefs mean to you, how they're informed, thinking about how Jupiter also rules your 12th house of me and my maker and like what it all means. And so what Jupiter's doing in your second house of your skills, your values, your resources is asking you to open up to new possibilities in that 12th house space of really think about what you think the world means and then reframe that second house from there. Do you think that the world really means that, like, do you think at the end of the day when you meet your maker or you transcend Earth, whatever you envision for yourself at the end of days, do you think that the way that we're currently doing things is actually what that maker or what this universe or what that 12th house space really wanted from me here? Okay. Thank you so much for tuning in, Aries. If you enjoyed, please like, share, subscribe. Next season, we'll be talking about Aquarius. We'll talk more about that Pluto in your 11th house, and we'll see more of what choices you made here, because we talked about that new moon in Capricorn being square the nodes, square that node in your first house. What kind of legacy are you trying to create here? What kind of reputation are you trying to initiate for yourself? How does that interfere with where you're currently moving on this trajectory? Okay. So we'll talk about how that landed for you next time. See you then. Welcome, Taurus, to your Capricorn season forecast. Let's get started. As we explore Capricorn season, we are seeing the Sun, the new moon, eventually Mars, and later Mercury moving through your 9th house of philosophical beliefs, other cultures, faraway travel, mass communication. I think that's good. Organized religion, we'll put that in there. We see Pluto making a second ingress into your 10th house of career, legacy, and reputation. We see Saturn and Neptune hanging out in your 11th house of hopes and dreams for the future, friends, and community. The North Node in Aries is in your 12th house of endings, karma, solitude, me and my maker, what it all means in the end. Jupiter and Uranus are in your first house of self and how you move through the world. This season's full moon is taking place in your third house of neighborhood, immediate environment, peers, siblings, communication, the mind. And lastly, we see Mercury stationing direct, as well as Venus making ingress into your 8th house of shared resources, psychological traits, ancestral inheritance, family secrets, etc. Okay. We are going to be looking at some prompts that I created to help us weave together these 3 cards since we're in this transitional place. So we'll be asking about processes I brought into awareness this year, as well as where I am still seeking clarity with my processes. And that's really helping us wrap up these themes regarding the Chariot year that we're finishing up. We'll ask about attachments or vices that interfere with my processes. And that's how we will be working with the devil this season. And lastly, how I can begin to release or reprogram these attachments or vices. And that's helping us to introduce the strength energy that we'll be working with all throughout 2024. So let's go ahead and pull some cards. We'll also be rolling our fluorite dice here to get a sense of any other information we need. And we'll look at the bottom of the deck as well. Okay. Bottom of the deck is justice. All right. Yeah, sure. Why not? And that is a Venusian card, right? And that's really Libra. And we do see the South Node in your 6th house of what we are in service to, time, routine, health, the body. Okay, so we'll get a sense of how that ties into this story as we explore. Processes I brought into awareness this year. Okay. I like that. That seems appropriate for you, Taurus. So when we see the 4 of Cups, we recognize an opportunity to build something into our emotional foundation, and yet we are apprehensive of what we risk by doing so. What we risk by doing so is opening ourselves up to disappointment down the line, because whatever we invest in emotionally becomes something that we can potentially lose, right? We know what happens next in the Suit of Cups. It is the 5. If you think about my card, it is the dark tunnel of emotion that we go through before reaching the end of our grief. If we think about the Rider-Waite image, this is the cloaked figure staring down at 3 cups that have spilled, and there are 2 left behind them. And those cups are still standing. So we know that there's loss in the 5 that directly follows the 4. And so some of our apprehension in the 4 may be about that hesitation to lose emotionally. If I invest in this, then I risk losing it, or it disappointing me or hurting me, or at some point I risk something falling out of harmony and spilling and being lost. And so perhaps you've become more aware of where you are resistant to invest in something, where you are reluctant to emotionally open up to something, where you take your time to consider your options and to consider what's at stake. And maybe since we're kind of thinking about processes and like that conscious unconscious relationship, maybe we have gotten clearer on what this means to us. Are we waiting? Are we hesitating because we are being responsible about what we invest in? Are we resisting investing in something because of some deeper unconscious program that's running? Maybe we resist things that we should open up to. Maybe we're closed off to stuff because we just don't want to experience the disappointment at all. That's certainly not helpful for us. It's a way to live. It's not very open. It's not very receptive. Okay. It's not very connective if that's our default. So something that you've gotten clearer on this year. Now, where you are still seeking clarity with your processes is the Four of Swords. How funny. Okay. So let's think about how these could be connected, right? We've got emotions and we've got intellect. And so perhaps we don't really know where to invest because we overextend ourselves and we end up not really being able to, I don't know, take space for ourselves. Maybe there's a lot of chaos that we don't really want to be wrapped up in or that we can't take space from. Maybe we hide in here. Let's think about how there's like squares here, right? Because four is our foundation. Four is our, I'm putting these four walls into place to build something on top of it. Hence the emotions here. I'm going to build these four walls and like use them to build more emotions on top, and then they might spill. I'm going to use these four walls to close out any noise that is trying to infiltrate my space or my perspective right now. So again, are we being mindful and taking our time in deciding what to invest in a healthy way, or are we doing this to resist something? And how is this connected to sort of the space we take from kind of engaging intellectually with what's happening around us? And we know the Four of Swords to be kind of a rest stop between chaotic energies. The Three of Swords is where we acknowledge the pain of what we've been through. And the Four is where we take a beat to honor that grief, to allow that process to unfold. So is there something happening here where you don't give yourself that space, or you feel that you haven't been given this space, and that's why, like by others, and that's why you are resisting connecting with others moving forward? After the Four of Swords is the Five, where we jump right back into battle. And it's a battle, you may be aware, that nobody wins. That Five of Swords is a victoryless quarrel where we all end up walking away in the Six. So maybe it feels like if I just stay in here, I won't have to walk away from my relationships. I won't encounter an argument that I can't win. Taurus, you're stubborn. So maybe it's I just avoid the whole thing altogether because it gets really messy and I don't like goodbyes. I don't like walking away. I don't know how to walk away. Fill in the blanks here. But there's something happening here where these are connected, I'm imagining. And so what you've gotten clear on is the emotional component. All right, I'm reluctant to invest emotionally in things. And maybe what you're still getting clear on is, oh, it's because I need some sort of mental space that I don't really get when I engage with people. And maybe I need to reconfigure how I engage with people and invest in them moving forward. I'm looking at that North Node in your 12th house, that like karmic space, that what is solitude for you. And maybe you are learning how to take solitude rather than being forced into isolation. And maybe you are used to being forced into isolation as a result of the emotional investments you're a part of or have been a part of. Okay. Attachments or vices that interfere with my processes. Yeah. Anxiety, definitely. And I just felt compelled to look back over to this Justice card and revisit how I frame that as your 6th house of body, time, routine, and health. And that's certainly like where we spend time on things. Our routine is our 6th house. And so perhaps there's some connection between what I resist committing to and spending time with and some sense of anxiety that I carry, right? The 8 is like, I'm trapped. The 8 is not only I'm trapped, it's I'm trapped and I'm keeping myself trapped here by not allowing myself to fully look at this whole situation. If I look at everything for what it is, I'm going to be overwhelmed. I'm going to recognize that I had some part in this, right? So it's not to say that the entirety of the 8 of Swords is circumstantially our fault, but we do have agency still at this point. And if we refuse to find it, then we are also complicit in the ongoing nature of our anxiety. I'm just going to let that sit for a second because I feel like that was sort of a heavy statement. We may not be the ones creating the circumstances that initiate our anxiety, but if we're not willing to look at all corners of it to see our options, then we are complicit in sustaining that anxiety. And this is a very powerful attachment. This is a very powerful vice. This helps us make a lot of excuses for things. This helps us make a lot of excuses for why we have to be in isolation or why we don't want to invest emotionally. This can be a very stuck energy, where we really do feel trapped and we end up in the 9. Lucky for you, I've already pulled that, so you are not going to see that here. But it's important to recognize what feels safe in being anxious. And I know that sounds contradictory, but what I described earlier when I pulled the 9 of Swords for another group was that we kind of become trapped in that narrative. We become so overwhelmed by what's happening, and yet it becomes normal for us. So if this is something we've navigated since we were small, then this has become a place of comfort for you, even if it's full of anxiety. Even if you would never use the word comfort to describe it, it's still part of your coping mechanism. It's part of how you've adapted to live in this world, and therefore it is normalized to you. And so it can feel really destabilizing to recognize that we have agency within our own anxiety. It can trigger a lot of defensiveness. We can go, I absolutely do not have control. I can't make other people not disappoint me or not fight with me. I had nothing to do with this. Okay. I totally want to make space for that. And doing so is important. Making space for those grievances is super important. But if we're going to surrender control over our situation, then we are going to be powerless and we're going to stay stuck here. Okay. How I can begin to release or reprogram these attachments or vices. Ooh, start the F over. Love that. I love seeing a dose of fire here in this otherwise very intellectual, very emotional space. What new powers can you tap into? What new possibilities can awaken you or light you up at this time? What new possibilities? What new visions? Wands is about our fire energy, like our life force energy. It's our passion. It's our heart, right? Like Cups is like how we feel our heart and like who we give our heart to. But like this is what it's full of. Like Wands is what drives us. Wands is what compels us to stay living in this otherwise chaotic world. So what can you tap into here that is meaningful for you, that lights you up, that fills you with new potentials? The more we tap into this, the more, like, look at how literal this is. The more we tap into new possibilities, the more we can actually coax ourselves to open our eyes to new possibilities. But here in this 8 of Swords, these lines are rigid. They're everywhere. There are sharp points. We're like trapped in a cage of our thoughts, of our perspective, and there's no room for new ideas. There's no room for new passions. There's no room for new possibilities. And if anything, that echo chamber allows us to stay trapped in here. No, there's no new ideas. There's no possibility. I have no life force energy. It's been drained from me. That's why I'm here in this place. That's why I'm reluctant to let anyone else in and to invest in anything emotionally, because I'm already in here dealing with every trap that anyone's ever laid out for me. Okay, so close off to new possibilities. So we need to open up to some new possibilities. I love weaving this back into justice, like what's unfair here. And the 6th house is a house of unequal relationships. Let's just think about that for a second. And that ties into what we are in service to. So if we are a volunteer, then we are the person with something to give to someone who does not have something to give back to us, right? If you donate your time, if you volunteer at a food shelter or with youth or with the unhoused, if you give of yourself in some way, you recognize that you are giving to someone who is not in a place to give back to you at that time. That is part of the 6th house. But if that's how you have felt about the bulk of your relationships, that's going to feel really unfair, right? Because one-on-one relationships are meant to be in the 7th house, where there is something reciprocal happening. I give, I receive here. That's very different than the 6th house. And so if there's something here about I'm always, I hate hyperbole, but we're going to just roll with it because we are looking at like a feedback loop of ideas and like of like thought patterns. So I'm always giving more than I get. I'm always the friend who helps the friend in need, but no one ever helps me. Okay. So what we think is happening is I can't do anything about this. All my friends are jerks. They do this to me. They put me in this position where they don't give me anything in return for what I give them, and I have no option. Well, maybe we need some new friends. Like maybe we need to be open to the possibility that maybe these friends aren't it. Maybe I went into these friendships painting this picture and they're just going along with what I told them I would do. We need to find a way to reframe this. We need a new philosophy. We have all of these planets moving through your 9th house of philosophy. We have Mercury going back to your 8th house of psychological dynamics, and then clearing up its retrograde shadow in your 9th house of beliefs. So this is a big time where it's time to get clear on what new beliefs can I open up to? Where have my beliefs steered me into unfair relationships or unfair interactions with other people, or into unfair situations where I then have to protect myself and stay guarded? We need some fresh air in here. We need to rethink how we got into those relationships. We need to think about whether or not we want to stay in this relationship. We need to be open to the possibility that I could show up to relationships in a different way. And what might that look like? The sun is gonna move through your 9th house. That's its house of joy. The sun loves the 9th house. When the sun puts itself in other cultures, when it travels, when it mass communicates, when it sits down and thinks about its beliefs, it experiences a great sense of abundant self-knowing. The more I open myself up to new perspectives, the more I know about myself and how I fit into this world. Capricorn's there too. So we need to engage in this space. And I absolutely think of this as the 9th house because in the flat chart, the 9th house is Sagittarius. So like this is all like just this juicy reconceptualization of what is possible in this universe, right? The 9th house is where we define faith. The 12th house is where we experience it. Okay, so the 9th house is where we are going this month to redefine what I believe in, what philosophy is guiding me right now. The new moon in that 9th house is allowing you to get clear on where you don't practice what you preach, where you tell other people things should be one way, but you don't believe that's true for you. Where do you tell people to do something for themselves that you don't do for yourself, etc. And we see 11, which is where Saturn and Neptune are in that Pisces house. And Jupiter in your 1st house is ruling that 11th house. So Jupiter and Uranus in your 1st are like encouraging you to show up in different ways, to expand your sense of self, to radically alter how you show up in the world. And all of that, so long as Jupiter is with Uranus, whatever Uranus is doing is also impacting Jupiter, and that's ruling that 11th house space of how you show up for friends and what communities you're a part of. So think broader picture as well, not only that 7th house space of one-on-one relationships, and maybe they feel more like 6th house relationships where I'm in service or I'm giving more, but also that 11th house space of who recognizes me. Do I allow myself to be recognized? Do I put myself into friend spaces thinking I'm being fair, but I'm actually not being fair to either party? Getting clear on who my friends are, what are my hopes and dreams for the future. Saturn's sort of slowing me down up there, right? So maybe Saturn is putting a damper on some of your friendships and some of your connections to community while you figure out what I even want to be investing in. That's certainly a good question for like hopes and dreams of the future. What do I even want for my future connections to look like? Let me get clear on that and then see, like, do I believe in that? Do I allow myself to experience a connection to those hopes and dreams that I have for myself? Ooh, okay. Thank you, Taurus, for tuning in. If you enjoyed this, please like, please share, please subscribe. I'd love to see you come back when we talk about Aquarius season. We'll talk about that 10th house space, that sort of legacy idea, and we'll get a sense of what you want things to look like up there. So I'll see you then. Hello, Gemini. Welcome to your Capricorn season forecast. As we explore Capricorn season, we see the sun, the new moon. All right, Gemini, welcome to your Capricorn season forecast. As we explore Capricorn season, we are looking at the sun, the new moon, eventually Mars, and later Mercury, moving through your 8th house of shared resources, psychological complexes, ancestral inheritances. All right. Family secrets. All right. We see Pluto making a second ingress into your 9th house of philosophy, religion, faraway travel, beliefs, mass communicating. We've got Saturn and Neptune in your 10th house of career, legacy, reputation. The North Node is in your 11th house of hopes and dreams for the future, as well as friends and communities. We see Jupiter and Uranus in Taurus in your 12th house of the end, of karma, solitude, what it all means in the end, me and my maker. We have the full moon in Cancer happening in your 2nd house of my stuff, my values, my resources, and my skills that I use to acquire my resources. And lastly, we have Mercury stationing direct, as well as Venus making ingress into your 7th house of one-on-one relationships, be they friend, lover, business partner, or enemy. I wrote some prompts for us today, so we'll be asking about processes I brought into awareness this year, helping us wrap up the narrative we've been exploring in the Chariot all year, as well as where I am still seeking clarity with my processes. So what's left that we're still working on? Attachments or vices that interfere with my processes. This is where we weave in the devil's influence for this season, as it helps us to transition into strength. How I can begin to release or reprogram these attachments or vices. And that's helping us introduce this strength energy that we'll be working with all across next year. So we'll also be pulling, or rather rolling, our fluorite dice to see if there's anything else we need to know. And we're going to look at the bottom of the deck for any further information. So here we go. We have the 5 of Cups here. So something about this period is about us moving through grief. And maybe we are partway through this tunnel. Maybe we're stuck in this tunnel. Maybe we are moving right along through this tunnel. But there's something about honoring what has been lost, what has been spilled, while also remembering that there is an end to this tunnel and that there is light on the other side that awaits us. So we'll see how that all ties in as we explore. Processes I brought into awareness this year. Looking at that North Node in 11th. Cute. Okay, so we've gotten clear. We've become aware of what our friendships look like, what kind of groups we want to be part of, right? The 3 is absolutely a group. The 2 is where we're one-on-ones. This is not a 7th house space. This is certainly an 11th house vibe. We're thinking about who we want those friends to be, what sort of values we cherish, and what we are advocating for, what we want the future to look like. We're thinking about who we want to build that future with. Okay, and if we have spent some of this year feeling out of sorts here, then we are kind of becoming aware of, where do I not really like fit into my 11th house spaces right now? Where do I have discord in my 11th house spaces? Where do I not feel like we come together to celebrate? Where do we have different values? Okay, so you've become aware of what friendship means to you, what you want for that space, what you want those relationships to look and feel like, right? This is an emotional connection. So what do I want to feel when I'm with my friends? And like, how do I consciously lead myself to that feeling? What within me is like unconsciously diverting me away from experiencing this, right? Where I am still seeking clarity with my processes. How Saturnian of you. Saturn is in your 10th house of career, legacy, reputation. Maybe Saturn has been slowing down your progress here, making you really think about what you want that process to look like. But let's tie this into the Three of Cups as well. And let's think about, like, maybe you're not clear on maybe how to end connections to communities or friendships that don't serve you, how to let go of things that have naturally come to a finish, right? Maybe we are ruminating over things and we're not letting things end. We're like, I don't know. I don't want to say goodbye to this. Maybe we don't like goodbyes. And if this applies to your like hopes and dreams for the future, maybe we don't even create space for the hopes and dreams for the future because we're not sure how to like let go of what we're finishing now. Maybe we don't even know how to think about the future. Maybe we don't even know how to think about what we want for the future because we don't know how to let go of whatever's happening here. Maybe we are afraid of the future. That's why the North Node's up there, to get you to look at that space. I'm like, where's everyone's Mars? How does Mars rule that 11th house space, right? What's Mars doing that, like, maybe Mars struggles to really trust that we can initiate something for the future? And that's really what that 11th house Aries space is about. I'm going to initiate plans for the future. I want to initiate connections to my friend groups. Well, how do I initiate if I can't end? How do I initiate if I can't tell when things are over? I don't have the energy. I don't even have the resources or the energy or the time to start a new thing for the future because I'm stuck processing what is in the present or what's even in the past, and I can't even move on from that. Maybe that keeps us from aligning with the values we say we want to be part of because we can't really like initiate being in that space. Attachments or vices that interfere with my processes. Okay. What's your third house doing? Leo. Interesting. So the sun moving through your 8th house is ruling this third house of Leo. What's going on in your mind, Gemini? Funny question, because you're always thinking, because you're always like, you're ruled by information. You see yourself moving through the world based on what you know about it, how you understand it, that third house space, maybe wanting you to feel like you kind of stand out from your peers is a very third house Leo kind of vibe. And maybe that interferes with how you're able to make friends and like what kind of communities you're a part of, because maybe this third house is like, I want to be the one. I want to be the only one. I want to stand out here. Something disruptive is happening, although I always say the ace is the best sword. After this, it just gets worse. But here we just have truth. Here we just have the breakthrough. The Ace of Swords is something is coming through to me now. Do you resist this? Are you somehow attached to the idea of like not making space for these ideas or these truths? Do you suppress truth in some way? Jupiter and Uranus are in your 12th house, kind of like opening up what you and only you see, right? And maybe this is some part of that. We also, again, are having all these planets move into your 8th house. And so perhaps there's something you suppress or you keep quiet that prevents these other processes. I can't really like end things because I don't actually let them begin, right? Maybe this is a bigger circle. I just said all that stuff about your 11th house and Aries and how it wants to initiate, and maybe I can't initiate if I don't know when the end is. But like, okay, so is this me suppressing the initiation? Is this me not letting the initial, like it dies as soon as it emerges because I already know that I'm so stuck on what already is in front of me and being ill-equipped to end that, so I don't even let these new things in? Am I so attached to my ideas? Do I identify with all my ideas? That could be a Leo 3rd house vibe. Do I identify with every single one of my ideas, and therefore, like, I don't even know how to make space for what should be real versus what is just a passing thought? Am I the friend who has to have all the breakthroughs? Is that where I'm struggling to connect with people? Or is that something I've recognized is like a kind of a speed bump in how I otherwise celebrate and connect emotionally with people I care about? Maybe there's an attachment to like finding the truth. Am I obsessed with like new truths, new possibility? Right? And like I get so distracted by just like whatever the next piece of information is going to be that I can't ever put any of those pieces of information to use. Okay. Some possibilities here. How I can begin to release or reprogram these attachments or vices. Okay. Stillness. Stillness is very much an invitation from the High Priestess. And there is also stillness here in strength, right? How is it that this powerful animal, this powerful cat being, this predator, can exist so close to these peaceful, dainty, gentle, helpless, I don't want to say helpless, but we're comparing animals here, right? So speaking of like the harm that is possible here, one of these animals is stronger than the other, right? That's not to say, I mean, we could spend all day talking about going into the chrysalis and like the courage and nerve it takes to allow yourself to fully dissolve to be rebuilt, and that is absolutely a strength. But if we're talking muscle strength here, we're looking at this beast winning, and yet there's some sense of stillness that's allowed to exist here. And only in focusing on this stillness do we actually gain access into those instincts and the whys of the instincts. So I'm definitely getting a lot of the 8th house activity coming through here, right? Again, the sun's moving in there. The new moon will take place there. Mars will be moving into your 8th house on the 4th when it enters Capricorn. Mercury, as it wraps up its shadow, will move back into Capricorn. There's a lot of 8th house processes happening for you right now. Getting a deeper understanding of your psychological complexes. Getting a sense of stillness. Gemini, you're so active and activated, and it's like, change direction, change direction, change direction. And like, does any of that actually process for you? Do you allow any of that to flow through you and like transform within you? Or are you just like, start, end, idea, chase, follow, crash, bleh. What do I let go of? What's for me? I see where this grief comes in. Absolutely. If I am disconnected from my friend groups right now, if I'm not even sure who I want to be friends with, if I'm not connected to my community at this time, if I'm attached to shaking things up for no reason, being the source of drama, thinking a lot about the new things that pop up and disrupt things, if I don't allow that to be real, if I suppress that, if I don't know how to end things, I'm absolutely in a cycle of grief. We could think about the South Node moving through your 5th house of self-expression and play. And maybe you've recognized that how you express yourself is out of balance in some way, because that's what the South Node is there to show you, right? And so perhaps there's grief coming from that. I'm not sure what expressing myself is meant to look like. Where's your Venus? So stillness, we're seeking stillness. The High Priestess knows all. Like, the intuition here is strong. Why? Because the High Priestess is able to remain still in the face that all that changes around them. And they're able to know within themselves what is real, what is calling to them, what needs their attention at this time. If this is imbalanced, then we've been suppressing our intuition. Maybe we've been suppressing intuition in favor of intellect, in favor of being the sharp one, being the friend who has all the information. And like, the information is changing all the time. The High Priestess is not changing all the time. The High Priestess has stood in stillness so long that there is trust in what is true for them. And this is an invitation for you to tap into this space now, to think about, what is my connection to my intuition? Do I allow myself to be in stillness in order to know for myself what's going on, and not just know from all the opinions around me what other people think is important? This is just the movement I've invented for you. Yeah, I invented that. Put my name on it. So, stillness. Definitely like Jupiter and Uranus in the 12th, just sort of like, hey, dude, slow down a little bit. Think about what everything actually means to you. So we're shifting more Sagittarius, less Gemini. Sagittarius is where we create meaning, right? Maybe that's where Mercury, your chart ruler, is stationing direct there. Maybe there's some meaning that you need to be able to make from your one-on-one relationships in the 7th house that connects with what this process looks like on a broader scale regarding your friends and your groups and your communities. So I absolutely think that there's something to Mercury moving back to your 7th house, maybe having you have conversations with those one-on-one people you trust in order to get a sense of what do I actually value here? Like, you know me outside of this group, you know me, what's up? Where have friends become enemies? Where have enemies become friends? Why? What can I sit with within myself to allow myself to know and to trust more deeply? Okay. And this absolutely being a direct connection to the instinctual work you'll be doing across 2024. So, what do our dice have to say about this? I knew that 3rd house was important. I knew there was something happening there. And it's like, because it's Leo, it's like, my mind is fixed. My mind is fixed. Ooh, I like that. My mind is fixed. Leo's a fixed sign, right? My mind is set. When I'm out and about, I know myself in my neighborhood and amongst my peers. But when I zoom out and I think about the future and I think about my friend groups and I think about my communities, then I no longer know myself. I don't know how to initiate what I want up there. So how can I be more fixed in the knowing for myself without other input, without flip-flopping, or without kind of shaking things up just for the sake of it? What do I know within myself, and how do I know it? What does that process look like? Okay, yeah, we know Capricorn. Yes, that 8th house is going to be really powerful. Absolutely. And I'm kind of thinking about, since Mercury's stationed retrograde in your 8th house, that's absolutely, this whole retrograde period for you, your chart ruler, has been about what happens in that 8th house space. That's a psychic space. That's a magic space. That's a taboo space. That's a highly generative space where we are intuitive because we're tapped into other people. Right? Intuition doesn't really matter if there's nothing else around us. What is there to be intuitive about? Ourselves? That's not very hard. If we only have ourselves to know, then being intuitive about ourselves is not going to be very difficult. So it's about those shared spaces, those shared resources, what we share with others, how we psychologically engage with others, what we bring to the table, what we want to be on that table when we bring what we bring. All that's happening in that Capricorn 8th house space. Neptune in your 10th. I talked about Saturn, but I did not talk about Neptune. Neptune is like on the top of your chart, just like, what is my reputation even? What do I want? What do I care about? Neptune traveling through your 10th is like, what matters to me? And maybe that's ultimately connected to the world as well. Maybe it's like, what do I even, at the end of things, what do I even want to have made? Neptune's kind of erasing any previous ideas you had up there. Neptune's kind of like, that was a materialistic desire that you don't actually care about anymore. Or like, that was from your ego and that I've washed away now. That was some reputation you thought you had to live up to, and now what does it even mean? And perhaps that 10th house space is important to think about as well as we consider the 11th house space of hopes and dreams of the future, because the legacy we want to create is ultimately going to inform what our hopes and dreams of the future are, and vice versa. Whatever our hopes and dreams are about, we're going to want to then be known for creating that in some capacity, right? And so those spaces are similar. It's just that the 11th house is where people we like talk about us. But in the 10th house, it's like, it's kind of like everyone talks about me like this up here. And maybe there's nuance in there to explore. Am I so concerned with everyone's idea of who I am that I don't actually know who my friends are? That's something that we should maybe think about. Okay, Gemini, thank you so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed this, please like, please share, please subscribe. I'd love to see you come through next season to talk about Aquarius and that 9th house space, see what Pluto's up to, and see what kind of meaning you're making from all of this in the new year. So I hope to see you then. Welcome, Cancer, to your Capricorn season forecast. As we explore Capricorn season, we are seeing the sun, the new moon, eventually Mars, and later Mercury hanging out in your 7th house of one-on-one relationships, be they friend, lover, business partner, or enemy. We see Pluto make a second ingress into your 8th house of shared resources, psychological complexes, ancestral inheritance. We have the North Node in your 10th house of legacy, career, reputation. Jupiter and Uranus are posted up in your 11th house of hopes and dreams of the future, as well as friends and communities. You have the full moon in your 1st house of self and how you move through the world. And lastly, Mercury will station direct, and Venus will make ingress into your 6th house of what we are in service to, unequal relationships, time, routine, and the body. I've written some prompts for us this season, so we'll be asking about processes I brought into awareness this year, as well as where I am still seeking clarity with my processes. And that's helping us wrap up our Chariot year, getting clear on what we did this year. We're looking at attachments or vices that interfere with my processes. And that's how we are working with the devil energy this season. Lastly, how I can begin to release or reprogram these attachments or vices. And that is helping us to introduce the strength energy we'll be working with all next year. We're also going to roll our fluorite dice to get a sense of what else we need to know. And we'll look at the bottom of the deck for any kind of information beneath everything. We got the 5 of Pentacles. So something about this season is bringing our attention to our feelings of lack. Might be real lack, might be perceived lack. No matter what, we are experiencing a disconnection from resource, and we need to figure out who we can turn to in order to have those needs met. We may feel like we're being locked out, but actually there are resources around us in this card. Here they are in the middle, right? These dried out orange slices, lemon slices, my bad, and they are circling this hydrating pool of water. And all they need to do is recognize where they need to move in order to seek access to that. Okay, so we'll see how that all weaves in as we look at these cards. So, processes I brought into awareness this year. The 6 of Pentacles. Okay. Already we're seeing a through line here. It is after the 5 where we work up the nerve to say, I am in need, that we then open ourselves up to receive what is needed, right? So sometimes we are the one in need, with our hands out, and maybe we have feelings about that. Maybe we feel shameful about that. Maybe we feel like we're not allowed to ask for what we need. Maybe we've actively been punished or otherwise harmed for asking for what we need. Maybe this is some deep programming. Gonna guess that it is because we're thinking about the Chariot and these processes, right? So something you've become more aware of this year is where I can ask for things, okay? Maybe you've got like a Capricorn 7th house and you're like, everyone expects me to be so responsible. Okay, a lot of stuff in the 7th house can like project outward. Maybe that's not actually being taught to us. Maybe it has been taught to us in a very real way and we've carried that conditioning onward with us, so that we're always dealing with some internalized sense of lack because we've been taught that we can't ask for help. Maybe we've become aware of something we actually have to offer that is of value, and maybe we have always felt that we don't have anything to offer, right? Because sometimes we're the tree and sometimes we're the hand. Life is all about kind of the give and take of things, right? And so sometimes we do have things to offer, and maybe you've gotten clear on what that looks like for you. But since we're talking about processes, let's imagine that you have gotten clear, you've become aware of where I maybe don't feel like I'm allowed to even access this. Help is for other people. I can't ask for help. I can give help, and maybe I'm always the tree. Maybe I'm always the tree and I'm never the hand. And that sounds noble, but like, aside from the 1%, is that real? Can that be real? Like, as people, we need community. We've been taught in the Western world to value hyper independence, and only the elite can actually live that way. So the rest of us are out here like, I should be better than needing help. That's super real, Cancer. I get it. Like, no one's gonna come take care of me because I'm always taking care of everyone else. Okay, so getting clear on that. It's a good thing to get clear on. Where I am still seeking clarity with my processes. Oh, another 6. So interesting. So this is a I wanted to say subdivision. This is a subdivision of the lovers, right? We have a minor 6 and a major 6. So actually, like, I kind of love seeing these cards next to each other because they are mimicking the same processes. I said that sometimes we are the tree and sometimes we are the hand. Sometimes we are in the ether and sometimes we are here on earth. This is a very Gemini narrative. This is your 12th house. So it makes sense that this is maybe a process you're still getting clarity on. But in the lovers, we have to recognize that there is give and take within us as individuals. That was kind of repetitive, but it's fine. So typically when this shows up, we are either of these lovers. We are one who is earthbound. We are maybe like the tree. We are always taking care of the practical. We are always kind of like giving life to something else unseen. We are like so routinized in our tangible needs that we never have space for our ether self. So typically this will show up when we're stuck here or when we're stuck in the ether. Maybe we are stuck in the ether space. We're always the hand. We're always taking. We never really have anything tangible to give because we're out here in the ether space, tapping into intuition and magic and like the ethereal. We're gaining inspiration out here. We're zooming out and we're thinking about the big picture, and we're kind of wrapped up in like the infinity of it all. We're like, I'm not human. I'm a spirit having a human experience, and I can't really vibe with like being a human. It's a mess. I mean, like, to be honest, it is a mess. So it's real. But I'm always stuck in this space of being untethered from the tangible, and I'm always entertaining kind of my imagination, perhaps, and therefore I'm neglecting these tangible earthly needs. So we have this whole battle of being a spirit in a body and needing to make space for both, needing to honor both. Sometimes we need to eat. Sometimes we need to dream. Okay, we are only full and complete, whole, when we merge those two dissonant parts of ourselves. And this kind of mirrors this dissonance that's possible between the Six of Pentacles. If we're always responsible for giving and we never feel like we're allowed to take or ask, then we are hyper, and I don't want to equate these for you. Maybe these equate in different ways for you, but we see two states of being that typically should be in flux. Sometimes I need help, sometimes I can give help, right? It's a pretty standard human place to be. And we should be fluidly with our, sometimes I take care of my tangible needs, and then sometimes I let myself daydream. Sometimes I hike for wellness, and sometimes I meditate, right? But we're not doing only one of each, or, well, you know, maybe that's a bad example, but I can't tell you how to be well. But we can't just always honor our heart and our, like, our spiritual self. We can't just always honor our physical self. We need room for both. Okay. So we're still getting clear on this, and maybe we're still getting clear on where these are connected. And I love that. Attachments or vices that interfere with my processes. Well, that's interesting. That's making me think a little bit about your 10th house North Node travels right now. And this sense that, like, am I meant to be a leader? And, like, all Aries energy is leader energy. We can all be leaders in some capacity. Let's just put that on the table, right? Let's come back to this idea of, like, duality, or, like, either or. And, like, let's just brush that off the table. Like, all Aries have something to lead. So all Aries have initiative, leadership, energy. There we go. What that looks like for you in terms of that 10th house, maybe a lot of pressure. Maybe you're like, I'm supposed to be, like, I don't know, I'm supposed to initiate in a way that shows people where to go, and, like, that's a lot of pressure. I can't possibly be this King of Wands. Let's throw this into reverse. I can't possibly be the King of Wands because I'm always the tree that's giving, and I'm always so responsible. I'm always locked into tangible needs mode, and I'm never flexible with what it is to, like, give of the spiritual realm. Maybe I don't want to be this leader. Maybe I've had to be this leader and I don't want it. Maybe this is actually where I'm trapped in the spiritual realm. And, like, I don't really like the shape that this role has taken on for me. And somehow we are attached to this narrative. We might be attached to the idea that no one wants to see me lead. I'm not a leader. I'm not, that's not part of who I am. Only I care about my visions. And therefore, that's why I have to be this way out here. I don't know how to be a leader. I'm self-sabotaging by only remaining fixed here on Earth, so that I don't have to imagine what it would be like to have something else to give to people. Okay, yeah. So, like, I don't have anything to give. What I have to give is dumb. I'm giving all the time, but it's really tangible and it's never from my heart. And then once I'm done giving that, I'm exhausted and drained. And so I'm always dealing with my practical self. I'm never making space for this imagination, ether, intuition self. And, like, that is an attachment, absolutely, because that keeps us here, right? If I refuse to see myself as a leader in some capacity, if I keep myself small, if I tell myself that I'm only this responsible person and I'm not this magic, then that allows me to keep telling myself this story. That allows me to keep this sense of imbalance. That reinforces the idea that I have to be the tree all the time, or I'm always in need and I can't actually lead anyone because I'm always in need, maybe. Ooh, like, yeah, let's absolutely explore that as well. I couldn't possibly be a powerful leader because look at how much help I need all the time. I'm always in a place of lack. I'm always trying to deal with the tangible day-to-day needs. I never have space for the magic up here because I'm constantly just getting by. So I'm really attached to never seeing myself become this. Well, guess what? The North Node's there, so you're going to have to. You're going to have to. Okay. How I can begin to release or reprogram these attachments or vices. Well, that's beautiful. I love that it's still Pentacles. I love that it's still grounding, right? Like this fire, this flame, connecting to the cosmos and like broadcasting this star map still needs this mountain to hold it, to sustain it. Like fire can't just exist in the air, right? It's not just a flame. It's not just like a free floating entity. Like it needs something substantial to hold it. So we have a lot of pentacle focus here. Community, like teamwork. Teamwork. I love this. Before we get to the 5, before we get to the 6, before it gets complicated, before I have to like grow my empire or whatever, like whatever I think pentacles mean, before I have to have all of it, I actually am focusing on teamwork. Maybe we can reframe this giving and taking into collaborative efforts. Because here in the 3, we're rethinking our role. Everyone here has something to offer. You might think this baby is dumb. This baby can't help us build anything. This baby can't even hold this shovel. This baby shouldn't hold these tools. That would be ridiculous. Yeah, that's why this baby is holding an orange. This baby brought snacks. All right, maybe the grown-ups are doing the manual labor, but like this baby brought snacks and y'all need to eat, okay? We're tangible bodies. We need to take care of our tangible needs. So someone's going to get hungry here, and guess what? This kid's going to be valuable. Even if we intellectualize that this kid can't contribute to the production here, absolutely not. This kid is bringing something valuable to the table. Every one of these hands is bringing something meaningful and important here. We may tell ourselves that what we bring to the table is useless, or that we have to do everything ourselves. And that would absolutely bring us to a place of lack. So we're reframing this by thinking about who would I consider a team? Where can I consider that my skills are useful, even in the face of other people who may be more skilled or may be more knowledgeable? Where have I evaluated my contribution to be less than? And where can I start to recognize that other people might see this differently than I do? Where have I been resisting teamwork? Where, again, have I thought that I have to do this all on my own? And where can I look at some of this programming to get a sense of why this hasn't felt accessible to me? And how, because we're looking at 2024 and strength, we've got these 2 triangles, how can I kind of think about my instincts and what I'm suppressing in here that's allowing this to continue this way, right? What has been kind of programmed within me, fight, flight, freeze, to think that I can't work with a team? And that does maybe feel contradictory, because we talked about this King of Wands being a leader. We talked about the Aries North Node moving through your 10th house of legacy and career. I'm an initiator. I lead people toward something, and everyone knows that about me. So again, I expect myself to be this big person, but like maybe you could use some help to build that vision. Just because you are the leader doesn't mean you can't have people on your team helping you. And if anything, look at the elite and how they have all kinds of teams helping them create the vision that they then put their name on, right? I'm not telling you to body that. I'm just telling you that it happens in the world, and therefore maybe you can think about how to conscientiously consider what you can be useful for, how others can be helpful to you, what that process would look like to maybe trust others as a team, so that sometimes you are the tree and sometimes you're the hand, right? That's ultimately what the point of this is. I mean, like, this kid is literally the tree right now, right? Like, the kid is giving the orange. So, like, anyone can be the tree if we're open to what those resources can look like, what that fruit can look like, and what accepting that fruit would mean to us. Mars. Okay, so I did want to know, like, where is your Mars? Like, where is Mars ruling that North Node? So Mars right now is in Sagittarius, in your 6th house, in its house of joy for you. So you are maybe feeling more energetic about what you can contribute. You're like, I am putting in so much time and energy into this thing, and it's making me feel powerful, but also I'm hungry and I'm tired. Who's going to feed me? Okay, so Mars will then move into your 7th house on the 4th and may have you thinking about what you want those one-on-one relationships to look like, what you want that legacy to look like, who you can work with to make that legacy come to life. The 7th house is like our coworkers, right? Or like our business partners. I guess the 6th house would really technically be coworkers because we're all in service to a company that's bigger than us. But who are these kind of equals of mine who all play different parts but can contribute to something I'm trying to build in a way that's meaningful to me? Looking at that 12th house and that Lover's card. Absolutely. Yes. Thinking about as Mercury is finishing up this retrograde, as we've reached the halfway point at the beginning of Capricorn season, because we have that Cazimi that we discussed, thinking about what clarity you're getting about this 12th house space and like how you can make more space for your imagination, intuition, ether self as much as you do for this earth self. Or maybe that's flipped for you. Maybe you are really focused on the 12th house space. Maybe there's a lot of grief up here. Maybe there's a lot of isolation up here because you don't really, I give so much, so I don't really want to be present for anyone beyond that. I'm hiding out. So getting clear on this for yourself. Leo, which is your 2nd house. What do I have? What do I have? What skills do I have? What skills do I have? What resources do I have? What do I think about that? What do those mean to me? What are the current state of those skills and resources? Can I maybe reframe those skills and resources in a way that helps me feel better and more connected to agency in some way? Okay, thank you, Cancer, for tuning in. If you enjoyed this, please like, share, subscribe. I would love to see you come back next season. We'll talk about your 8th house and all the transits happening in Aquarius. We'll have Venus and Mars meet there. So I hope to see you there. Take care. Welcome, Leo, to your Capricorn season forecast. As we explore Capricorn season, we see Mercury stationing direct and Venus making ingress into your 5th house of true love, self-expression, play, joy, and children. We see the sun, the new moon, eventually Mars, and later Mercury hanging out in your 6th house of time, routine, health, and the body, things we are in service to, unequal relationships. Pluto will once more make ingress into your 7th house of one-on-one relationships, be they friend, lover, enemy, or business partner. We have Saturn and Neptune hanging out long-term in your 8th house of shared resources, psychological complexes, family secrets, ancestral inheritance. We have the North Node in your 9th house of faraway travel, other cultures, mass communication, philosophy, religion, making meaning. We see Jupiter and Uranus hanging out in your 10th house of legacy, career, reputation. And finally, we have a full moon in Cancer taking place in your 12th house of endings, of karma, solitude versus isolation. What it all means in the end, me and my maker. I came up with some prompts for this month's poll, so we'll be asking about processes I brought into awareness this year and where I am still seeking clarity with my processes. And these are helping us wind down this Chariot year, get a sense of what we've just explored and moved through. We're asking about attachments or vices that interfere with my processes, and this is how we're weaving in this devil influence for the season. Lastly, how I can begin to release or reprogram these attachments or vices, which is helping us introduce this strength energy that we'll be working with for all of 2024. As always, we have our trusty fluorite dice here to give us any other information we need. And we'll also be checking out the bottom of the deck. All right, Leo, what are you leaving behind this season? The 6 is where we've made the assessment that whatever we are putting our energy into in this moment is not yielding anything. Typically, this is some sort of fighting or arguments or some sort of discord, right? This could be between us and another. This could be between us and ourselves. We could be bullying ourselves. We could be fighting ourselves on something and not making any progress. Either way, no matter who we are fighting with, we are taking space in the Six of Swords. We are recognizing that there's no longer, or for now, anything for us in this setting, and we have to seek our peace elsewhere. Okay, so we'll see how that ties in as we start to look at these other cards. Processes I brought into awareness this year. The Knight of Swords. Maybe you became exposed to some sort of truth, right? Let's consider that we're contextualizing this with the Chariot, so we see a conscious and an unconscious process at play, and the conscious process thinks it's going one way, and the unconscious process, when not made conscious, is then pulling us elsewhere. And so perhaps you thought, we're moving right along, everything's going great, and then some truth that we had believed in was proven false for us. Perhaps we found ourselves kind of resistant to new ideas, or to maybe we were just ingesting a truth that was being fed to us, right? And that was sort of funneling right into that unconscious process, and something wasn't really like working out in there. So we have become aware of maybe our need at this time to break out of old frameworks, to break out of old truths, to seek our own information, to do our own exploration. Swords is our mind, our intellect, our rationalization. And this is us breaking out, literally breaking out of kind of maybe ancient narratives or structures we haven't questioned in a long time. And this is this awareness of needing to do so now. So needing to find out for yourself what actually is true, what is my experience of the truth in contrast with what truths have been fed to me. What truths have I been blindly believing in that I'm now realizing it's my responsibility to break out of and to explore beyond? Okay. Where I am still seeking clarity with my processes. There's grief attached to this process. Anytime a truth is proven false, we are called to mourn whatever attachments we had to that truth, right? And maybe we are kind of resisting that mourning, or maybe we're stuck in that mourning. Maybe we are stuck in the sadness of what this false narrative crumbling has revealed to us. Whatever truths we believe here are connected to other truths. That's how a schema works. That's how our framework is built. We ingest truths and we build upon them, and they support each other. So when one pillar of truth is shattered, the rest are weakened. The rest must be questioned, okay? So you may be seeking clarity on, oh, is that what's happening? And I'm being called to mourn right now? Cups have spilled, right? This liquid has evaporated. Whatever was in these cups is now gone. I am actually allowed to give space to process that. I need to give space to process that. Only by allowing myself to process that can I realign these conscious and unconscious processes. I love thinking about what Jung said about the shadow, what Jung said about the, placenta. There we go. The placenta was that it was our original shadow. So in the womb, we as a fetus are ingesting what we're being fed, and then we are releasing waste, and the placenta is processing that waste for us. It's sort of a mirror to us. We're like the same size, right? And like, here's baby and here's placenta. And at the end, the baby is what we value and like keep. This is the conscious gift. And the placenta is, well, there are many things done with the placenta, but typically it is disposed of, right? In modern society, in the modern medical world, it is just disposed of. And we sort of never really grow another shadow. Like we never grow a physical shadow after that, but we still contain that process within us, right? So we're still releasing waste. We're still processing old emotions. We're still, and if we are not aware of the need to do that, then we're carrying all of that around with us. Guess where that's sitting? In the unconscious, steering the car like off the road. And we're like, no, everything's fine. I'm good. I should be going this way. And we can't go that way because we're not allowing the grief to process. We're not allowing those shadow energies to be released. So again, maybe you haven't even acknowledged that there's something to grieve. Maybe you've been grieving and you have felt like there's no end to the grief because this shattering of your schema, of your framework, has really derailed you. Maybe you're stuck in this Five of Cups. So ultimately, what you are trying to work through is finding the end of that tunnel, finding the end of the grief, knowing that it's important to grieve, giving that space, remembering though that there's a light at the end of the tunnel, there's still hope, there's something that happens beyond this. Attachments or vices that interfere with my processes. Oh, it's the moon. Okay. This is making me think about Saturn and Neptune in your 8th house right now because this is a very Pisces card. So when we see the moon, we're talking even more about we're now kind of looking at some subconscious material, right? We've got the conscious and the unconscious. Here's this subconscious in the middle. What are we doing? What do I know? What am I aware of? So an attachment or a vice is like the fear. Ooh, yuck. Sorry, not sorry. But yeah, let's acknowledge that. I am attached to this fear. Why would that be? Because I've been saying this a lot in these polls for different reasons, but ultimately it sounds like we're all, or many of us at least, are navigating a similar thread of it is more comforting to be attached to the fear and the anxiety than it is to grow comfortable with being vulnerable. I would rather exist in fear because I know that fear. I have spent time in that fear. I have spent time hiding from that fear. That's comfortable to me. It's more comfortable to me to stay in this place of fear than it is to actually get to know what's in here because I don't know what's in here. And once I know, that's going to change something. Guess what? Whatever lives in this moon, whatever lives in this subconscious space, whatever's hanging out in your 8th house that hasn't been viewed by you, and that makes sense because the 8th house is not visible from the ascendant. If we look at whole sign and we think about like the relationships that happen between those houses, the 1st house and the 8th house do not see each other. So that's kind of a thing that's like lurking in the background. The 8th house carries all of this more shadow material that kind of comes out in our shared spaces, in our family perhaps, or in our marital bonds, in our relationship to our boss, right? We project kind of all of these ideas and shadow themes onto another because we can't see them for ourselves. So there's an attachment to not like refusing to go in here, refusing to go into this subconscious space. I described this card as driving late at night through a thick fog. And sometimes we get really uncomfortable and we want to rush through it to get past the fog, but that is more likely to cause an accident than it is to slow down and actually move through it. And there's all kinds of things lurking in the fog, lurking in the trees, lurking in the shadows that we're like, if I slow down, maybe that thing's gonna get me. And the things are part of us. The things are not foreign energies or entities. They are part of us. It's actually important for us to get to know those parts so that we can steer the ship with clarity and visibility. Whatever creatures are in here really just want your attention. That might be what Saturn is up to in there. That might be what Neptune is confounding in there. We only have a couple more years of Neptune and Pisces, y'all. We're getting through it. We're getting through it. It's going to be maybe like chaotic after that, but we're getting through it. So maybe we are like really resisting going into the moon. Maybe we are kind of just hanging out in the moon. Maybe we're like, my only friends are in here and I don't really want to come out and like have to deal with anything. But when we come out of the moon, we move into the sun, which is where, I mean, that's your energy. That's your card, Leo, is the sun. So you only get to, oh, I love this. You only get to know your full self, Leo, sun, see yourself, inner child, beaming, glowing, all that magic, when you've gone through the subconscious. Maybe this is connected to the Cancer full moon that's going to happen in your 12th house. Maybe there's something being illuminated in that space that you will pay attention to at this time. How I can begin to release or reprogram these attachments is being open to new emotions, is being open to new emotional experiences, is just getting a sense of what do I want to feel? What do I want to feel and experience? How can I be more open to that? That's absolutely what, like, we've talked about being closed off here. We've talked about being resistant to new truths. We've talked about resisting the grief or being stuck in the grief. We've talked about not wanting to explore the subconscious space. And yet the way to embrace these things is to recognize that if you do this, you will experience a new feeling. This is a positive feeling. So this is not like a, you know, I didn't pull the Ace of Swords here. Like, okay, if you do this, then like some radical truth is going to emerge and it's going to like totally catapult you into some unknown territory. This is like, oh, this feels good. Oh, I didn't know I could feel this light or feel this connected or feel this sense of expansion. And so the only way you get to this card is by being willing to experience these. And that makes so much sense. All of these yield new feelings, but we are afraid of the new feelings. And this is telling you, don't be afraid of the new feelings. The new feelings that will be possible, that will be made possible by this process, by this journey, are going to be beneficial, are going to open up, are going to allow you to feel a deeper sense of connection moving forward. And this is a new beginning, right? This is a beginning of a journey. Let's think about how next season, in Aquarius season, you'll have a full moon in your first house, and that will herald a new season as well, right? The full moon in your 12th house is allowing you to release whatever old narratives from this past year that you are ready to be done with. And like strength is also your card. Like strength is a Leo card, right? And so we're moving into your time. We're moving into new possibilities for you. So to do that, you've got to get clear on what's happening beneath the surface. And maybe this brings us back to this. It's time to leave some things behind. You're holding on to all of this and then saying that you're afraid of what's going to happen if you like confront it. But when you confront it, you can let it go. You can move into something new. Okay, that seems really fortuitous, really beautiful. Really loving this this journey for you. So let's see what else we need to know. Yep. We got a 3 over here and the South Node. And so that is Libra, right? The South Node is in Libra. Your 3rd house is Libra. So there may be like immediate environments you're leaving behind. Let's recall some 3rd house themes. We're looking at siblings. Maybe there's some dynamic with your siblings that has changed if you have siblings. Maybe there are new truths unfolding about your siblings and there's grief or there's uncertainty. There's subconscious material around all of that. The 8th house is our family secrets, right? Our ancestral inheritance. So it would make sense that other family members might play a part in this. The 3rd house is your mind. So to go back to what I said about the 5 of Swords, maybe you are beating yourself up and the South Node is here to say like, hey, don't do that. Don't do that. And like, let's do these things. Let's embrace and like compassionately confront these things so that we can leave that part of us behind, so that we can stop beating ourselves up because they're possibly connected. The 3rd house is immediate environments. Maybe you're moving. Maybe you're physically leaving something behind. And maybe there's like grief about that or uncertainty or shadow about that. So all of those 3rd house themes, something to think about. And then we have Leo here, which is what I just said about like, we're going to come across your full moon next season. The Strength card is a Leo card. So we're really thinking about like, how are you going to be your best self? What can you do to change how you show up in the world currently and to feel better about that, to feel more open, to feel more emotionally connected as you embrace the world around you? Okay, Leo, thank you so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed this, please like, share, subscribe. I'd love to see you back here to talk more about that Leo full moon that's going to happen in your first house. So I hope to see you there. Welcome, Virgo, to your Capricorn season forecast. Okay, as we explore Capricorn season, we are seeing your chart ruler Mercury stationed direct, as well as Venus make ingress into your fourth house of home, origin story, family, lineage, land. We see the sun, the new moon, eventually Mars, and later Mercury moving into your fifth house of true love, joy, play, self-expression, and children. We'll see Pluto making a second ingress into your sixth house of time, routine, health, the body, what we are in service to, and unequal relationships. Saturn and Neptune are hanging out in your seventh house of one-on-one relationships, be they friend, enemy, lover, or business partner. We have the North Node in your eighth house of shared resources, psychological complexes, ancestral inheritance. What else was I going to say here? Family secrets. There we go. We have Jupiter and Uranus posted up in your ninth house of faraway travel, other cultures, religion, philosophy, mass communication, making meaning. Lastly, we have a full moon in Cancer taking place in your 11th house of hopes and dreams for the future, friends and communities, and grandchildren. Okay, so I wrote some prompts for us this season. So we'll be looking at processes I brought into awareness this year, where I am still seeking clarity with my processes. This is helping us wind down this Chariot year and get a sense of what we've learned in this time. We'll ask about attachments or vices that interfere with my processes, and that's how we are weaving in this devil influence for the season. And lastly, how I can begin to release or reprogram these attachments or vices. And that's helping us introduce this strength energy that we'll be working with across 2024. As always, we have fluorite dice that we'll be rolling to get a sense of what else we need to know. And we'll look at the bottom of the deck. Okay. You're not the only one to get the Four of Wands as the bottom of the deck this season. So did Capricorn. That's kind of nice to see a little repeat there. Okay, so something, let's talk about how we just described that Mercury stationing direct and Venus making ingress into your fourth house of Sagittarius. This is a lovely representation of this energy. Makes sense that we saw this for Capricorn as well, because this is a very fiery home energy, and y'all both have fire fourth houses. So home is really important to you right now. You are creating a space for a sense of joy to contain your passion. So if you have like children on the way, if you're hosting the holidays, if you are, if you've recently moved and you're kind of decorating or like making home feel really cozy, these are all very kind of Four of Wands and fourth house themes. So we'll see what else we got going on that's going to connect us to this. Processes I brought into awareness this year. Four of Pentacles. So it's pretty hard to feel like we're able to drive somewhere and take ourselves to new places if we feel like we don't really have the resources to get us there. So maybe you've gotten clear on where you feel like you have less than you have, right? The Four of Pentacles can be where we are saving for something big. Again, if you have children on the way, if you've just moved, if you're like, and you're like redecorating or like making things cozy, you're definitely like trying to save up money for that. But there's a quality here about feeling a little like maybe overprotective about our resources. Maybe we have felt like I have to hold on to every little thing I have because I'm afraid that if I spend this, or if I expend this, if I turn this over, everything's going to fall apart. So perhaps there's been an awareness made around what kind of attitude you have about your resources, as well as what you've kind of what is important to you to save up for, to use your resources on. And again, if there's some sort of perception of having less than what we have, if there's a fear of poverty, if there's a scarcity mindset, that's absolutely impacting what you think you're able to move toward, right? Or even if you're able to move at all. I can't even move toward my goals because I'm pinching pennies over here, or I think I have to pinch pennies, so I can't afford to move toward that. Where I am still seeking clarity with my processes. Okay, so the Eight of Pentacles. And maybe this is connected to Pluto making its way back into your 6th house. Maybe this is about, I'm going to stick with Pluto moving into your 6th house for now. And we'll see what organically unfolds from there. But this is about routine, right? Whatever we, in the 7 of Pentacles, we're assessing a process or a formula. We're assessing whether or not it works the way we need it to. We're assessing whether it yields the bounty that we're hoping for. And then the 8 is where we streamline that. We say, okay, I figured out what works. I am now able to streamline this process. I am now able to repeat these results. And this is something I can do to create resources for myself in an ongoing, sustainable way. So again, I am thinking about Pluto moving into that 6th house and kind of forcing you to get clear on what's blocking you from being able to do this. Maybe you're reviewing your processes and your routines. Maybe if things are changing at home, you're thinking about, how is this going to impact my routine moving forward? My time is going to change, right? My health is maybe changing. How can I kind of get clearer on what this process needs to look like? And these are certainly connected. Obviously, they're both pentacles, but how we generate bounty for ourselves is ultimately what keeps us from being in this 4 of Pentacles place. So again, if we are stuck, if we are feeling like we have less than we need, and that's impacting our ability to move towards what we desire, then there's some need to review how we go about kind of creating resources for ourselves, what that looks like, what routine are we currently engaged in this, where is that like not working out for us. Routines, like need to change perhaps in order to allow fresh air to come in. And so that's something that you're still kind of working through with this Chariot here. Attachments or vices that interfere with my processes. Oh my. Okay, well that's a big one. That's an interference. I'm thinking about maybe that 8th house that is Aries, and maybe this is some of what the North Node is up to. Virgo, you're very composed. You're very together. You're very grounded. See lots of pentacles here. And yet, like, your dark houses are fire, right? And that 8th house, maybe in particular, might be more reactive in ways that you don't realize impact where you're trying to go. Those fiery houses contain a lot of passion, a lot of anger, a lot of drive. And like anger, let's just non-judgmentally address anger. Like, anger is information, right? So there's no need to think of that as a bad thing. It's the precursor to whatever feeling is actually arising. Anger is like the first, the alert that something is wrong, and then there's an emotion beyond that. And if we're not clear on that process, that's absolutely getting in our way. If we think that we're super composed and then there's something under the surface that's really disruptive that we don't acknowledge, or that we haven't spent time to get to know better, that's absolutely sabotaging us, right? You're trying to keep it together. You're trying to be responsible. I mean, I know, listen, Virgo, like, we all make jokes about how like you are the only one who knows how to do it right. So what's lurking beneath that maybe needs your attention? What are you, or like what eruption are you resisting? Are you attached to resisting your own rage because you're afraid it's going to derail everything? That's similarly unhealthy. And also probably means it's coming out in unexpected ways, because like this doesn't just die away. Tower energy doesn't just fizzle out. It needs to be released. Either we embrace it and we allow it to kind of erupt volcanically, or we again like suppress that and it starts to seep out in other ways that I'll use the word sabotage again, because if again, like the only reason it would sabotage us is if we're not aware of it. If I can anticipate that something's going to trigger my anger, if I can anticipate that I'm going to feel a certain way, if I can know that something's rising within me, I can give myself space to process that, or I can confront it in a responsible way. But if I'm ignorant to it, it's going to do what it's going to do. All right. And we're going to have to pay for it later. How I can begin to release or reprogram these attachments or vices. Oh, Virgo, I love this for you. That's really beautiful. It's time to let go. If this is something you have gotten clear on and you have recognized that you've missed opportunities because of your perspective of what you have access to, if you have literally had to miss opportunities because you haven't had enough to get yourself there, and if that's something that you feel guilt or grief about, it's time to offer that up. It's time to recognize that you knew what you knew at the time, right? That's what I always like to say. You knew what you knew at the time. Oh, there's the tower just making things spill off camera. See, like the forces will do what the forces will do, right? It's just going to happen. So judgment's all about taking pause and giving ourselves grace for what we've moved through, maybe unsuccessfully or like with difficulty, or that we didn't get right. And Virgo, like, listen, we just said that you're the only one who knows how to do things right. So like you would absolutely judge yourself for, I routinized this and it wasn't right for me and I feel terrible. This is like my one job. It's not your one job, but maybe you feel like it's your one job. So it's time to let go of that. If there's been rage that has seeped out, that has sabotaged you, it's time to make peace with that. But this is the final stop before the world, before something's allowed to end. We are called to give ourselves grace, to remind ourselves that we are human and that we are always learning, and that we have learned a lot over the course of our lives. No matter how old we are, we've learned a lot, and we've learned to do things better than we did them before. And only you can give yourself that grace. No one else can tell you that it's okay, because I don't think you'll believe them. So it's up to you to do that. And coming back to this Four of Wands, that's your emotional body, right? And there's so much joy in like a Sagittarius fourth house. It's like, I want to just feel expansive at home. I want to make everyone here feel so abundant. And so that is something that you are capable of creating, but not if you're fighting yourself and not if you're suppressing your true emotions, right? That all kind of threatens to burn down the happy house that we have. So let's get a sense of what else we need to know. But this is a beautiful time for you to clear out some of those things so that whatever you're kind of welcoming into your home space, whatever you are honoring in your home space, can be done freely, can be done with joy, instead of this sort of lingering fear or, again, like scarcity. Okay, we have Neptune, which is currently in Pisces, and that's your 7th house. We'll come back to this 3rd house in a second, but I'm thinking about, yeah, Neptune's been in your 7th house for a long time, right? Probably like 12 years by this point. And maybe has created a lot of confusion about your one-on-one relationships. Maybe this is connected to the Four of Wands of, who am I building home for? Or who have I built home with? And what is kind of being revealed to me about that process and that journey at this time? Maybe it's time to release failures of past relationships, right? If we're thinking about that 7th house space, and especially Neptune being here, Neptune's made it very unclear to you about what kind of relationships are good for you or like are desirable for you. And if we think about Jupiter ruling Sagittarius and your 4th house, that's also Jupiter ruling Pisces and your 7th house. So now I'm like, where's your Jupiter? What's your Jupiter up to? Jupiter, meanwhile, is in your 3rd house, 9th house, trying to help you reframe your perspective, your beliefs about things, while it's ruling this 7th house and this 4th house. And so perhaps Jupiter in that 9th house is trying to kind of engage in this judgment process, get clear on what philosophies have I held about my relationships, 9th house to 7th house, and where have those philosophies failed me? Where have those perspectives been false or fallen short? And where has that impacted my 7th house relationships? Where does that impact my marriages or my partnerships, my friendships? Where have I created enemies, or where have I had enemies emerge because of some sort of philosophy that I've carried in my 9th house, or some sort of maybe inability to make meaning from what I experience? So Neptune up here, again, like we only have a couple more years of this. Neptune will leave for good in 2026, so we're wrapping up this story, and maybe that connects to judgment as well. Something about your one-on-one relationships impacting your emotional body, making you think about home. And again, maybe that's perhaps about who you've made home with or who you haven't made home with, maybe what those expectations or those dreams have been, and just getting clear on maybe where you've been disappointed or where something has fallen short of what you've wanted, and allowing grace for that as well. Allowing that anger, right? Like there's anger there. There's anger, there's disappointment, there's frustration. There's been disruptions in some way. And so just making space for that, honoring that, being real with yourself about that, right? You need to like help bolster these instincts. And then the 3rd house, let's come to that. 3rd house being Scorpio. We just had all of these events happening in Scorpio. Venus is currently still in Scorpio before she makes her way into your 4th house. And we just had the final opposition to Uranus from Scorpio. So Venus just completed that. Maybe there's been a reframing from your kind of immediate mind space into that 9th house space of meaning, making meaning of things. Maybe how you think about things, right? We just talked about my perception of what I have access to. Maybe this needs some more attention. Maybe this has been shaken up by all of these oppositions, and you now need to sort of deal with what's been stirred up and allow yourself to forgive yourself for whatever part you had in anything that unfolded. Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Virgo, for tuning in. If you enjoyed, please like, share, subscribe. I would love to have you come back next season. We'll talk about the full moon that's going to be taking place in your 12th house. So that's really going to be kind of illuminating some endings for you there. And we'll talk about what that looks like. So see you there. Welcome, Libra, to your Capricorn season forecast. As we explore Capricorn season, we see Mercury stationing direct, as well as Venus making ingress into your 3rd house of immediate environments, siblings, peers, the mind, communication. We'll be seeing the sun, the new moon, eventually Mars, and later Mercury, all taking place in your 4th house of home, origin story, lineage, family, emotional body, and land. We'll see Pluto make a second ingress into your 5th house of true love, children, joy, self-expression, and play. We have Saturn and Neptune posted up long-term in your 6th house of time, routine, health, the body. what we are in service to, and unequal relationships. The North Node's been moving through your 7th house of one-on-one relationships, be they friend, business partner, lover, or enemy. Jupiter and Uranus are traveling through your 8th house of shared resources, psychological complexes, family secrets, ancestral inheritance. And lastly, we'll see the full moon in Cancer taking place in your 10th house of career, legacy, and reputation. I wrote some prompts for this season. So we'll be asking about processes I brought into awareness this year and where I am still seeking clarity with my processes. And these are helping us wind down this Chariot year, get a sense of what we've learned in this time, what we're still working through. We're asking about attachments or vices that interfere with my processes, and this is helping us weave in this devil influence for the season. And lastly, how I can begin to release or reprogram these attachments or vices, helping us begin to work with, introduce this strength energy that we'll be navigating for all of 2024. As always, we've got our trusty fluorite dice for any additional information. And we'll be looking at the bottom of the deck to see what's beneath it all. And we have the 6 of Cups. Maybe we're feeling nostalgic. The South Node is moving through your 1st house, bringing up things from the past, things you've been, things you've expressed, how you've moved through the world previously. And perhaps there is some, positivity in reflecting on what that's been for you, who you've been, and what that journey's been like. There may be some call to consider community care at this time, how we can tend to others around us. Maybe we're a little bit trapped in the past. Maybe we're feeling like we are reflecting and we are kind of swimming through the nostalgia and we're a little bit stuck in it. Maybe we wish things could be the way they were. So we'll learn more about that energy as we review the rest of these cards. Processes I brought into awareness this year. The 7 of Cups. Oh my God, Libra. Okay, let's talk about choices, right? So the 7 of Cups shows us where we are confounded by emotions from choices we've made in the past, and how those emotions continue to color not only the choices we make in the present moment, but also what we even see as being available to us in the present moment. Is this a paradise I need to be in order to get out of this chaos? Is this an illusion? Is this a fantasy? Is this even good for me right now? These are all questions we have to face when we pull the 7 of Cups and we think about, what am I looking at, right? Let's think about the classic Rider-Waite image where there are goblets full of different things. Some are full of gems and diamonds and crowns. Others are full of snakes and spiders and other creepy things. And so some cups seem more obviously the better choice than others. And yet, are they? Is this just our emotions and our emotional imprints playing tricks on us? Is this some sort of, we can think about Venus and Scorpio, which is where Venus is in currently. And I said that strangely, which is where Venus is currently. There we go. And so Venus in Scorpio is, like, all water signs retain emotional debris. And all water signs have to get clear on whether or not that debris was real or was something we felt, right? And feelings are real. Let's validate that. But did these events actually transpire the way that we remember they did? Have I become conditioned to act from this place of fear, of loss, of grief, which is a very Scorpio theme? Venus does not thrive in Scorpio. Venus has to work harder, has to strategize, and has to battle the ghosts of her past in order to get what she needs in that sign. And so the ghosts of our past absolutely color our choices and what they look like in our present. So this is something you've gotten very clear on this year. Congratulations, Libra, because like making choices is notoriously, hilariously hard for Libras. And this is a big part of why. Who am I trying to keep balance with? Who am I trying to please? What consequences, or maybe, well, what consequences come from choosing for someone else or choosing for fear of losing someone else, right? Okay. Where I am still seeking clarity with my processes, the Knight of Cups. Okay, so kind of continuing what I just said, like, who am I trying to show up for? Who am I trying to, Libra, like, you are romantic, right? For better or for worse, here we are. I want to romanticize the possibilities. I want to believe that everyone here is good. I want to see the best in people. I want to make choices surrounding what I see is good in people. The Knight of Cups is someone who steps up and wants to demonstrate emotionality. This can be a very romantic card. It can mean, I want to sweep you off your feet, girl. It can also just be, I wear my heart on my sleeve and I love to extend that to people as a gesture. So maybe something you're still seeking clarity on is, where is it time for me to step out of this role? For whom are these gestures no longer appropriate? Maybe this is triggering some of this nostalgia and perhaps some grief, because we'll wish that we could go back to when things were good with that person. We'll think about, well, I liked to do this before these things happened, and I wish I could go back to that. Or maybe I'm just reflecting on that good time. But we see where this answers these queries about the Chariot, because absolutely, like, where are we choosing to go is going to be based on whatever choices we think are possible for us or have decided are not possible for us, right? Based on old emotional imprints, not what's actually happening in the present. Who we show up for, who we wear our heart on our sleeves for, who we make these demonstrable efforts of emotional gesture will absolutely lead us toward what is next, or will impact what we are moving toward. I must swoop in and assist this person. I must say yes to this compromise. I must agree to this contract in order to show someone that I care. But if that's not the right person, or if it's not being reciprocated, or if that's being taken advantage of, that's sabotaging where you're trying to go or what you're trying to make happen. Attachments or vices that interfere with my processes. Okay, what an interesting attachment to see. Maybe, Libra, let's think about this upright and think about how maybe you are attached to the idea of just jumping into situations in which you can act on behalf of someone else without actually thinking about the consequences. This is generally a card that's like, don't think about the consequences. But if that, we're looking at attachments here. So maybe you are telling yourself that this is what you are doing when really there are consequences. Maybe you are resisting trying something new because you are conditioned to feeling safe in your current environment, because pleasing people keeps you safe, because pleasing people is how you get where you're going. So perhaps you are unwilling to take a risk of your own and to jump into something unknown because that feels really scary. I don't want to choose that. That's the cup with all the snakes in it. That's the illusion that I don't want to go into, is that I could do something of my own and there could be no consequences. Courage is here in this Fool, right? A willingness to leap into faith, a willingness to try without knowing the path. And that does sound quite terrifying, okay? Especially if we are feeling bound to other people in these gestures, and we're scared that if we stop performing those gestures, or we're scared that if we make that choice for ourselves rather than with the consideration for someone else, that we might lose whatever we have. with these people, or whatever those contracts with those people afford us in terms of resources. How I can begin to release or reprogram these attachments or vices. 7 of Pentacles. How practical. It's very Capricorn season, which is your 4th house. So this is a very private space. Mars is going to be in here soon. So your drive, your energy is going to be geared towards home anyway. So this is a really good time to take an assessment. What's my formula in this moment? I like to think about this as like a farmer. I mean, I made these strawberries, right? So I like to think about this as a farmer. I've got my plot of land. I planted my first crop. How's it going? Did I plant them in the right sequence? Did I space them far enough apart? Did I water them on the right schedule? Did they get enough sunlight? Are they growing the way that I hoped they would? Is there something I need to tweak here? I love thinking about this Capricorn season as being an invitation for you to step back from the outer world. All these planets in Capricorn, by the way, are going to square the nodes that are spanning across your 1st and 7th house. So this is a season where it's inevitable for you to make changes that alter those 1st house, 7th house dynamics. Your relationships are changing, period. Exclamation point. Just for fun. So, what are you going to choose to change? Are you going to allow yourself to continue down the same pathway that reinforces some of those more base Libra traits that aren't helpful for you? Are you going to figure out how to lean more towards that Aries side of things and be more of yourself in your one-on-one relationships and risk what that will yield? It's time for you to take inventory of how you've been doing things, how you've been navigating your resources and your relationships, and to just make tweaks to this formula now. All right? Just think about what I want to do to see this grow bigger, brighter, more expressive. And maybe there's something here in the past that you're reflecting on where you say, I was more of myself back at some point, and then at some point these Libra things were taught to me and I started being less of myself. Maybe I'll reflect on that and think about how I want to bring some of that back into the formula moving forward. Let's roll some dice, get a sense of what else you need to know. This does feel really practical. Your dark houses are pentacles, and so your inner processes are very grounded. If they're not, they should be, and it's time to focus on how we can help that happen. Your dark houses are like very tangible, they're very earthy, they're very rich with nutrients and the potential for growth. You should be able to plant things there that help you see yourself move through the world the way you would like. So what's currently happening there in those darker earthy houses that's keeping you from being able to experience that? Have you been able to experience that in the past? Can you reflect on that and think about how to bring it back? Mars. Okay, Pisces, 7th. Cool. So yes, absolutely. Your 7th house is where the North Node is. Mars is ruling that 7th house and that North Node. And so we won't really talk about this at length until Aquarius season, because Mars will be too early into Capricorn during Capricorn season for this to occur. In Aquarius season is when Mars in that 4th house is going to square the nodes. Mars is going to square the nodes while ruling the North Node. So that's really going to be the big push where you are called to trust yourself, trust your processes, and get clear on where you can show up more as yourself. That will be hard for you because you are not Mars ruled, you are Venus ruled. Venus is ruling the South Node. You may be compelled to stay with what's comfortable. You may be compelled to stick with what has felt safe. And let's remember that no matter what dysfunction we're experiencing in our lives at present, no matter what patterns we possess, whatever cycles we move through, those are our status quo. That is what feels safe to us. Even if it's chaotic, which it usually is, whatever patterns we're involved in are pretty chaotic. That's why they're patterns. But they are what we know, and it feels really scary to change those. So this upcoming Mars square to those nodes will require this courage. And if you are attached to this in some way, if you are attached to resisting this, then that push is going to be a lot harder. So I love that you are being informed of this now so that you can get clear on, where am I resisting taking new chances? Because that Mars square is going to be really potent for you down the line. And if you can prepare, if you can get clearer on loosening this by engaging in this process. I don't like how my relationships are going. I don't enjoy them. I don't like how XYZ is playing out. So here's what I can tweak about what I'm contributing to that. And then come Aquarius season, when that Mars square happens to those nodes, you might feel more resourced to take this leap, right? And let's look at Pisces, your 6th house. Saturn and Neptune are there. It might be time to get clear on your energy. I think I've said this before. I think I've mentioned that these planets here are really confounding your physical energy, confounding your sense of routine, making it really uncertain about, like, what am I in service to? What energy do I have on a day-to-day basis? Maybe it fluctuates. But I'm thinking more about the 6th house being our unequal relationships. And maybe some of these planets here and some of the activity here has been pointing out to you where some of what you're offering to people is putting you in a position of being in service to them and not allowing you to be equals with them. Equals happen in the 7th house. The 6th house is where we volunteer our time, is where we work for a boss with coworkers, is where we make donations to the church, right? Those are all us either being below someone, thinking about working with my coworkers for a boss. I'm in service to the company. I'm not in service to me or any of my coworkers. We are serving the company. Or being someone who is volunteering or donating. That is me giving to those who are less fortunate. Those are not equal. So if there's some relationship in here, as you assess, that as you assess reveals to you that you are giving more than you're getting, and you're confused about why you're choosing to do this, this is the time to get clear on that, so that you can start to course correct and put into motion what you actually want to see happening. Okay. Yes. And maybe that is also a gesture of community care. Maybe you getting clear on where you are actually called to be in service to those who are in need or those who are less fortunate than you can be a version of community care, absolutely. But it's important to get clear on where to draw those lines, right? So that you can actually be conscious of where you're doing what, where you are giving, and where you should be expecting to receive in return. Okay. Thank you so much, Libra, for tuning in. If you enjoyed this, please like, share, subscribe. Next season, we'll talk at length about that Mars square. So I hope to see you there so we can touch base about how you've been navigating this and what energy you're ready to give to this experience. All right, see you then. Welcome, Scorpio, to your Capricorn season forecast. As we explore Capricorn season, we see Mercury stationing direct, as well as Venus making ingress into your 2nd house of my stuff, my resources, my values, and the skills I use to acquire my resources. We see the Sun, the new moon, eventually Mars, and later Mercury in your 3rd house of immediate environment, neighborhood, peers, siblings, the mind, and communication. Pluto is making a 2nd ingress into your 4th house of home, family, origin story, land, emotional body. Saturn and Neptune have been posted up in your 5th house of true love, self-expression, creativity, play, joy, children. The North Node is moving through your 6th house of time, routine, health, the body, unequal relationships, and what we are in service to. Jupiter and Uranus have been in your 7th house of one-on-one relationships, be they friend, lover, enemy, or business partner. And lastly, we have a full moon taking place in your 9th house of faraway travel, other cultures, philosophy, religion, making meaning. I think that's good. Yeah. Okay. So I've written some prompts today, so we'll be exploring questions around these 3 cards that we have pulled up already. So we'll be asking about processes I brought into awareness this year, as well as where I am still seeking clarity with my processes. And this is helping us wind down this Chariot year, get a sense of what we've learned in this time, and how we're navigating these themes. We're asking about attachments or vices that interfere with my processes, which is helping us weave in this devil influence for the season. Lastly, we're asking how I can begin to release or reprogram these attachments or vices, and that is helping us introduce the strength energy that we'll be working with across 2024. Okay, we will, as always, roll our fluorite dice to get a sense of what else we need to know, and we'll also be looking at the bottom of the deck to see what's beneath all of this. 6 of Wands. Scorpio, do you like praise? Do you like public attention? Where's your Mars? Okay, so yeah, we're looking at being some sort of themes around whether you get credit for what you do, what you create, whether you are celebrated for your contributions to the world, toward maybe that's work, maybe that's your community, maybe that's your family, right? But some area of maybe expecting to be celebrated and not being celebrated, or maybe you are being celebrated and that's very exciting. Maybe you're getting recognition for something you've done at this time. Let's take a look at these other cards to get a sense of what else this card is telling us about. Processes I brought into awareness this year. The Emperor. Oh, look at you making good use of that North Node in your 6th house. Again, where's your Mars? So this is like a tricky one because Mars, ruling your ascendant, also ruling Aries, can't see both of these spaces at the same time. So kudos to you for getting clear on what the Emperor means to you. Aries energy is your 6th house of time, routine, health, and the body. The North Node is here. Maybe you've been gaining a sense of clarity around things you are in service to and how you are a leader in that arena. Maybe you're getting a sense of what autonomy means to you and how you use it in such a way that it motivates and inspires others around you, but you still get to call the shots. The Emperor is healthy Aries energy, which is that it recognizes an other, represented by Libra. So Aries, immature Aries is, I do what I want without consequences. No, there's always consequences. Whether or not those consequences bear any meaning or any weight in your world is different, but the ignorance of consequences is a very shallow baser expression of Aries energy. So perhaps you've been getting clear on what it means to kind of stand tall within yourself, metaphorically, what it means to gain a sense of what it is you are here to lead. Everyone has some leadership qualities in their life. Everyone has some capacity to lead others. This is not for the elite, okay? Don't get it twisted. Like, Jeff Bezos is not the only, pioneer in the world, okay? Neither is Elon Musk. Let's be real. All of us have some capacity to pioneer something, to lead others towards something, to initiate something important in our worlds. And so I'm getting a sense that you are getting clear on what that means to you. Maybe you've gotten clear on where you deny yourself that. Maybe you've gotten clear on where you have been in a negative or maybe baser expression with this quality. Again, that idea that like my actions don't have consequences, or like I don't care about those consequences. Maybe you've gotten clear on your resistance to be a responsible, benevolent leader, right? Aries can be that. Aries should be that. An ideal Aries is someone who is willing to take risks and take chances and lead with the others in mind, right? We're always aware of there being others around us, or there being others who will follow in our footsteps. Where I am still seeking clarity with my processes, the chrysalis. Okay. As a Scorpio, maybe you are pretty good at like when you need to put yourself out into the world versus when it's time to withdraw. All right. I trust that you kind of know what that feels like. But this is a deeper withdrawal, right? I'm kind of thinking about the South Node being in your 12th house and maybe needing to understand when it's time to take solitude versus like being pushed into isolation by a situation that we're in. Because those are two sides of the same coin, right? Being alone is being alone. But being alone intentionally to take space and to gain clarity and to allow inner processes to unfold is solitude. Being like forced out of a dynamic because of conflict that you then have to kind of lick your wounds about is isolation. Okay. So maybe we're getting clear on like where we resist the call to go in and shift our perspective. Maybe it's like YOLO, 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 run, 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 go, go, go. I never stop. I never process. We definitely see where this is like conscious and unconscious, right? We can see where if I'm like go, 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 or I'm like there's no consequences, then we're kind of seeing the steering wheel freak out. We're seeing the steering wheel move in all kinds of directions chaotically. If we're never going within to allow things to die away, to allow ourselves to decompose and recycle what we've been through in order to, again, like shift our perspective, evolve, right? Literally the caterpillar goes into the chrysalis to evolve into the butterfly. If we are not allowing ourselves to evolve, we are ignorant Aries. Okay. Absolutely. So we're still getting clear on that, and that's totally okay. These are two major arcana cards. So these are really big processes that don't get resolved in the span of like linear time, right? Attachments or vices that interfere with my processes. 6 of Swords. What are you always leaving? What are you always leaving behind? And like this could be seen as a leaving, but it's a temporary leaving. This is a withdrawal in order to shift our perspective to then come back in and say, okay, here's how I want to approach this. Here's how I want to lead. Here's where we need to go. Here's the new map. But if you're always running away from something, that's not really the same as withdrawing and allowing yourself time to evolve. That is go, 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 run, run, run. I'm going to stay exactly as I am and just start over somewhere else. That's not very helpful to anyone. That means we're gonna continue the same patterns. We're gonna keep steering ourselves off course. We're gonna keep kind of like burning bridges behind us and just running from whatever it is we are actually meant to be sitting still with and gaining clarity around. Maybe there's a refusal to leave. Maybe you keep going over the same things. Maybe you keep saying, maybe it's time for me to withdraw and process, but like, let me just try one more thing. Let me just like ruminate on this for one moment longer. Let me just what, Scorpio? I know you are a fixed sign. So maybe it seems more comforting to keep, what's the Einstein quote? Like, you can't try the same thing over and over and expect different results. That's insanity, right? Like that's chaos. So what do you keep? What maybe you're holding on to something and you refuse to leave something and you're like, let me just show up like this and then it will change, and it's not changing. At least I'm not getting the sense that it's changing, right? We have 2 6s here as well. I'm not getting enough recognition. I'm going to run. Maybe we need a perspective shift. Maybe we're not leading from a place of authenticity and integrity, and that's why we're not getting this attention. And so maybe we are inclined to run because the system is broken and I can't fix the system, so why fix me? Okay. How I can begin to release or reprogram these attachments or vices. 10 of Pentacles. That's beautiful. So let's go with the reversal first. Get that out of the way. Let's think about reflecting on whether or not what you share with those you love, the resources you are connected to that have created abundance, are really your abundance, are really the resources you want. If there's discord, if this 6 is like, I'm not getting the recognition I deserve, maybe we're looking at the big picture, 10 of Pentacles, and we're thinking about like, is this where I want to be? Not in a way that we're like running away from stuff, but really just like, okay, is there something I can initiate and take action on to make this better? Do I need to allow some processes to occur and allow an evolution to take place so that I can respond to this differently? If this is upright, maybe we're thinking about how abundant home is right now. This is like really public, right? This is like, again, even if it's recognition from our family, it's still the whole family knows, right? We're all talking about it. So this is still a very like communal conversation. This is much more like more private, more 4th house, more here's what I have with my loved ones, maybe 8th house. So thinking about what I have that I share with another, this home that I've created, and allowing that to hold me, allowing that to hold space for me to evolve, allowing this abundance to maybe placate what I'm not getting here, if that's the case. Focusing on maybe what we want at home and within our shared resources and within what we have access to that we share with others, that helps us kind of change this. If home is going well, if home feels stable, Pluto's going to move in there and get you real clear on that. And so maybe that's part of what's coming up here, allowing Pluto to move through this 4th house space once again and getting a sense of what power do I have at home? What power do my emotional like reserves carry? What of that can allow me to tap into this benevolent leader role? What of that can hold space for me to sort of turn upside down, turn the tables, gain a new perspective, allow a like decomposition process to occur so that I can evolve? And how does home kind of keep me stable so that I don't have to run away from things? Some possibilities here. Let's roll the dice, see what else we need to know. But what a beautiful image, what a beautiful theme to kind of focus on to allow you to release. I'm getting like there's no place like home, Dorothy vibes, right? And maybe we've taken for granted what we have at home, a la Dorothy. Maybe we need to change some things at home, and maybe what we change at home allows us to experience change outside of us. Okay. Aquarius is where Pluto's going, and that is your 4th house. So there's certainly themes about, about like what that space means to me. What are like, let's think about Aquarius, and like Aquarius is a lot about rules or like policies or about like communal values. And so what sort of values do I have in my home, and maybe like how do I lead those values, and do those values allow me to like support this benevolent leader? What resources do I have at home that support me in this process, and how might I be allowed to kind of decompose and evolve here? We have 3, which is Capricorn, which is where the sun, the moon, the new moon rather, Mars will be moving into, and Mercury eventually. Maybe that has to do with the 6 of Swords. Maybe we are looking at kind of our peers our siblings, if we have them, who we are within our neighborhood, getting a sense of what resources might be there. Am I a community leader? Am I a leader in my neighborhood? Do I want to become a leader in my neighborhood? Is that an outlet for me to tap into some of this benevolence that I possess? What's going on in my mind, right? Do I need to reframe some of my ideas about what leadership looks like? How do I communicate with other people? All of these planets moving through here will absolutely highlight this for you. Thinking too about those nodes in the 6th and the 12th house, all of these 3rd house planets are going to square those nodes. So that will really call upon you to, again, allow your mind to change and evolve so that you can see where you are being invited to step into leadership in that 6th house, using your time, using your body for some activity surrounding this. Uranus, currently in Taurus, hanging out in your 7th house. Maybe this connects to the 6 of Wands and shows us some of the relationships that are either giving you this recognition or are not giving you this recognition. Maybe there are one-on-one themes that play out here. Maybe you're leaving relationships a lot, or maybe Uranus in your 7th is calling your attention to some of these energies, because what we see on the surface is us, but really how this shows up is in our relationships. And we're not always aware of what is playing out in our relationships that is different than what we see ourselves moving through the world being. And those are some of the differences between the 1st and the 7th house. Maybe we project some of this onto other people. Maybe Uranus is bringing up new relationship energy for you to contend with in order to get clear on who you want to be. Maybe there are unequal relationships in your 6th house, and we need to figure out how to shift into them being more 7th house dynamics where they are equal, where they are sort of reciprocal. And maybe Uranian energy. I mean, let's think about how the planets are going to trine Uranus while they move through Capricorn. So perhaps from the 3rd house into the 7th house, we're seeing some new possibilities around who you are becoming, what you want to lead through, who you share things with, right? And what that happiness looks like. Okay. Thank you, Scorpio, so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed this, please like, share, subscribe. I would love to see you come back and talk about when Mars is going to come through Capricorn and make those squares to the nodes. That will be very potent for you since Mars is your chart ruler. So I hope to see you there. All right, last but certainly not least, we have Sagittarius. Let's look at your Capricorn season forecast. All right, so as we explore Capricorn season, we see Mercury stationing direct, and Venus making ingress into your 1st house of self and how you move through the world. We have the Sun, the new moon, eventually Mars, and later Mercury hanging out in your 2nd house of my stuff, my values, my resources, and the skills I use to acquire them. We've got Pluto making a 2nd ingress into your 3rd house of the mind, immediate environment, siblings, peers, communication, neighborhood. We have Saturn and Neptune posted up in your 4th house of home, origin story, family, emotional body, lineage, land. We have the North Node in your 5th house of true love, children, joy, self-expression, and play. We have Jupiter and Uranus posted up in your 6th house of time, routine, health, and the body. And lastly, we have a full moon taking place in your 8th house of shared resources, ancestral inheritance, psychological complexes. All right. So I wrote up some prompts for today. So we'll be looking at processes that I brought into awareness this year, as well as where I am still seeking clarity with my processes. And that's helping us wind down this Chariot year story, get a sense of what we've experienced over the course of this year, what we've explored, and what we're still getting to know. We're asking about attachments or vices that interfere with my processes. And that's helping us weave in this devil influence for the season. Lastly, how I can begin to release or reprogram these attachments or vices, and that is helping us introduce our friend Strength here, who we'll be working with all across 2024. Okay, so we are, as always, going to roll our handy dandy fluorite dice to see if there's anything else we need to know. And we will also look at the bottom of the deck to find out what other information. Okay, what are you moving away from? All right, so the Eight of Cups, right? We're far into the suit at this point. We have made a lot of progress. Like, we built this ship and then we like set sail with it. That's a lot of work, right? And yet, even though we're this far into the journey, even though we're this far into the suit, we are being called, or maybe even challenged, to find out what's emotionally not hitting for us. What is not reciprocating emotionally? What is not fulfilling emotionally? What have we invested our heart into that's just not giving at this point? Like, it's just not giving back. It's just not doing it for us. And that's really hard. Again, we've made it this far into the journey, so we may be reluctant at this point to even acknowledge that something's not fulfilling, because that may feel like it's going to threaten or derail our entire foundation, everything we've built here. We might know that it's time to move away from something, but feel hesitant because of the emotional heartstrings being pulled, right? It's not quite as easy or as early in the suit as the Six of Swords, which is another example of this kind of energy, a departure of sorts. It's still painful. Swords are painful, but there's not anything preceding this that makes it clear to us that this is what's coming. And that might make it a bit more difficult. So let's see what else we have here in these cards and see how this all ties together. Processes I brought into awareness this year. Maybe it's because Jupiter's been hanging out in your 6th house, ruling you. Maybe it's because of everything that's going on with Saturn and Neptune in your 4th house, of like emotional body, that's been kind of calling your attention to who you are, how you move through the world. Maybe it's this Mercury retrograde that's been in and out of your 1st house, right? Like, it dipped into your 2nd house for a moment, but then it's been coming back, and ooh, let's explore that story. That makes a lot of sense, because what we are and how we move through the world is ultimately going to impact what skills we feel connected to and how we think we can use those skills to gain resources. So our sense of self-worth is in the 2nd house, right? And so that Mercury has moved retrograde into your, well, let me rephrase that. That Mercury began its retrograde in your 2nd house and has moved back into your 1st house. Is certainly showing some thread of connection between what your sense of self-worth is, what skills you think you have, what resources you think you currently have, and how they're connected to your sense of self. Okay, so that's a really lovely way to connect that for now. And thinking about what it is to shine, what it is to transform, what it is to be your authentic self, right? This is a card of like inner child joy. This is a card of reconnecting with life force energy, with life essence, and feeling bright and good and positive about just simply being who you are. And the sun emerges after, you know, we see these clouds here at the bottom, and the clouds are connected to the card before it, which is the moon. And so the sun emerges after we've gone through a deep sort of subconscious process to better understand what's going on within us and what we need to embrace and what is waiting for our attention and what we've been afraid of that's actually just tender and achy and neglected and not necessarily scary. And weaving that all back into our conscious sense of self, feeling abundance and authenticity in that process. So I love that for you. I love thinking about how it's really important for us to be connected to the sun in order to understand where the chariot's taking us. If there are messages, entities, energies in our subconscious space that we are ignoring, then they have a hand on the wheel and we're not getting where we want to go. So this process of let me make sure that I'm putting my authenticity first. Let me make sure that I'm accounting for every part of me before I jump into something. Sag, you're jumping into a lot of things, right? So like kind of doing this check first before we leap, right? And maybe we can flip this and think about how there's been some resistance to this. Maybe we're afraid of our authentic self. Maybe we don't feel like we can show our authentic self. Maybe we're not even sure yet what that looks like. Maybe you've gotten clear on tuning inward in order to open up to that possibility of knowing your full self. Where I am still seeking clarity on my processes or with my processes. Okay, now what? So this makes me think back to Mercury having stationed in your second house. What ideas do I have about resources? What ideas do I feel that I'm downloading? And maybe we are, if we've worked on the self-worth part, or if we've worked on the authentic self part, perhaps, then now we're still working on the self-worth part. What do I feel, what ideas do I even honor that I have for potentially creating resources, for new creations I want to participate in and lend my energy to? What inspiration is even part of me about what's possible here? And do I take those ideas seriously? Maybe if I've been in a place of neglecting my authenticity and my shadow self, then I'm also neglecting some ideas that have come to me, some possibilities, some opportunities. I've turned them down because I didn't really think I was capable of it, or I didn't feel like I could pull it off, or it didn't really speak to me because I wasn't really seeing all of me. Right? So we certainly see the reversal of this, which is a rejection of these things. Maybe there's a process within you that would like to be acknowledged about some growth, some opportunities, some potential that is entirely internal that we are still getting clear on. Maybe we're looking for things to grow outside of us, and yet there's something that needs to grow within us first. Okay, so we're still gaining clarity here, and that's totally cool. We don't evolve in 1 second, right? So attachments or vices that interfere with my processes. Page of Wands. Okay, we have a couple pages here. So, this is like new tangible opportunity, new resource, new skill, new again, I'll say opportunity for some sort of tangible growth. This is new passion, new inspiration, new life force, new like literal fire energy, like brewing within us. Maybe this is what I'm getting right now. Maybe we are a little bit attached, like addicted to the rush of this. This is less exciting, right? Again, it's tangible, it's practical. It's not taking us places in our imagination. It's not gaining us like fame necessarily. It's not like thrilling, really. Pentacles are rarely thrilling, all right? So these pentacles may feel boring to you, Sagittarius. What? And so the mundane, no way. There is something mundane about the pentacles and something much more magical about the wands. Maybe we are really attached to the rush that comes with new, like fun ideas. And this is kind of separating us from actually taking the new practical ideas seriously. Maybe we are like waiting for the next big thing. Maybe we're like, but it needs to be like really powerful. I'm a freaking Sag. Like I need this to be larger than life. This is just a baby. Paige is just a baby, right? Maybe we want this to be the king. Maybe we want new possibilities to automatically turn us into the King of Wands, where we're like the visionary who's leading other people because of how powerful our magic is. And that means that we have a really high bar set for ourselves that we can't actually possibly meet if we don't take those first initial steps to honor what's happening. Like we need to go in sequence, right? Like we can't really just put the cart before the horse. Like we can't just jump into bigness. So these are some possibilities. Maybe we are attached to some sort of suppression of our inspiration. Maybe we're neglecting this energy within ourselves. Maybe we are internalizing it or repressing it. Maybe we don't trust it. And that is prohibiting us from allowing ourselves to explore this Page of Pentacles energy and what's tangibly possible here. I don't really trust this idea. I'm not feeling very passionate about it, or I'm feeling too passionate about it and I'm scared of it. So either way, I'm disconnected from it and I'm not really giving myself the chance to allow this page to then enter the chat. We certainly see where, like, if I'm not aware of my true self and ready to be open with my authenticity, if I'm not attuned to what my real sense of value is, where are we going? What is this pulling us towards? This is pulling us towards then the same old opportunities that we rejected before. This is pulling us toward the same rut of, well, I never get to be myself, or I don't really know what I want. This is not us driving in a clear, straightforward path towards something we actually want. Either we're neglecting something we want, or we're neglecting our ability to get there. We're neglecting our right to want it in the first place. Okay. How I can begin to release or reprogram these attachments or vices. Okay, right away what I just received was, I need to celebrate what I have. Okay. Like, if we are so stuck on what we don't have, if we are stuck in this second house place of I'm worthless, I have nothing, I don't have skills that can get me anything, I don't know how to use them, or I'm scared to figure out how to use them, I'm scared I'm not going to be able to do it right, I'm going to keep counting on these fingers, then we're definitely not taking any awareness of what we already have. We're definitely not appreciating what we've already acquired or accumulated. No matter how old you are, no matter how experienced you are, no matter how successful you've been, whatever that means to you, you have something. You have worked hard to build something for yourself. So perhaps a way to release this vice of this isn't exciting enough, or like I'm not inspired or enough, or I don't allow myself to pay attention to what lights me up from the inside, whatever version of this feels true for you. By doing that, we're also not in the present moment with what we have acquired, what we have accomplished, how successful we have been to this point. We've all grown, okay? You can't deny that. You can't say that you are alive and that you've been putting yourself into the world and nothing good has happened, all right? So let's just squash that. Let's look at another side of this. Maybe we need to get clear on what it would feel like to celebrate this. Maybe we need to get clear on, what do I want to have around me? How would it, like, not just how would it feel to feel abundant, because like clearly that's a vibe that we need to focus on here in the second house too, but this question of, how will I even know that I've achieved success? What does that look like to me? Maybe I need to redefine this. Maybe I need to actually set some sort of standard or bar for what this looks like, because if I haven't set a bar for what I'm moving toward or what will feel abundant to me, then I'm going to be chasing everything forever, right? If we don't have anything defined for ourselves that is like a milestone for how we'll recognize how far we've come, we're just going to keep running. We're going to keep running, we're going to keep running, we're going to keep running. We're going to always tell ourselves that it's never enough. And we're definitely going to feel like this second house is completely empty. We're definitely going to feel like I never have nice things. I never, right, that hyperbole that just popped up. I never get what I want, or like I never get to use my skills, or I never figured out what those were. So we do need to have some sort of image of what we actually expect or what we actually want, right? This is a very abundant, fertile card. This is very much about enjoying what we've acquired, what we've worked hard for. And maybe too, there's something about flipping this inward and thinking about, look at how far I've come within myself, right? We're certainly kind of making a connection back to this sun, which is all an internal process of seeing our full selves lighting up, right? So maybe there's a need to consider, like, how have I grown internally? What kind of work have I done in here? And I should appreciate that and be celebrating all of those accomplishments. They're all real accomplishments, even if they've only been within me and no one has seen them outside of me. Thinking back to this Eight of Cups, what do we need to walk away from to make space for these new things? What are we emotionally invested in that is not allowing this process to unfold? Maybe these are relationships that are diminishing our sense of self-worth. Maybe this is an emotional commitment to denying ourselves this. Maybe we've spent a whole foundation, like, really committed to this story that I don't know myself, I don't have what I want, I'm not really able to make things happen, my ideas don't go anywhere. Maybe there's a secret third thing. Maybe what you thought you wanted for yourself is actually, if you go through this process of thinking about what those goals look like, maybe this isn't actually it. Maybe the bar that you set for yourself, maybe the expectations you have for yourself are not actually aligned with what you really want, since this is you coming out of, emerging from some place of retrospection, some place of internal investigation. As you've moved through this process, you might realize, oh, those things I was working toward are not for me. Those things I was working toward were for the old me that I'm now sailing away from, because I know more about myself now, and in such a way that I want to demonstrate outwardly. I can't help but radiate this at this point. This is simply emanating from me based on what I've done, based on what I've moved through, based on what I've processed. From there, so many other truths maybe begin to shift, right, Sag? I mean, you're mutable. The truth is changing all the time. What meaning you make from your experience is changing all the time if you are open to it. So we might be shifting our entire vision board around what achievement and accomplishment and feeling resourced actually is for you. Let's roll the dice. Let's see what else we need to look at. But I love the idea of the Nine of Pentacles being connected to your strength journey. I love the idea of you getting clear on what your instincts are around what abundance looks like for you, as well as what those instincts say about how you're going to get there, right? Oh, we've got like a little, I'm going to roll you again because you kind of did a funky thing there. It's like between Pluto and Uranus. All right, it's squarely Uranus. Fantastic. Uranus is also in your 6th house of time, routine, and the body. And maybe that is bringing us back to like, what do I need to shake up? What have I been doing? What have I emotionally committed to that's not actually for me? It's not fulfilling. Maybe I need to change my job. That's certainly connected to the 2nd house, right? That's certainly like those houses trine each other. So what skills I use to make my money or to gain my resources are definitely going to be what I do repeatedly in the 6th house. That's me putting in that time. That's me building that into my routine. So maybe it's time to shake that up. Maybe it's time for your routine to change so that what you are able to bring in for yourself also changes, especially based on this kind of new version of you, new me who dis. Surprise, I'm gonna do this suddenly. Maybe we're changing our bodies in some way, right? Uranus in the house of body and health. Maybe we are adopting new routines seemingly out of nowhere. Maybe we have physical changes that we're ready to go through based on what we've seen emerge here. Maybe that looks like transitioning, or maybe that looks like cutting your hair or embodying a new style that suddenly allows you this freedom to embody this new self. Okay. We have Aries, we have 11. All right. Aries is your 5th house of self-expression, love, joy, children. That feels very sun as well. So that North Node there is really asking you to self-express in new ways, to allow that, right? Like the 5th house trines the 1st house. So whatever's going on in the 5th house is a product of what we've experienced in the 5th house, or in the 1st house rather. If you think about that as children, it's like, I'm in the 1st house, this is me, and therefore here's my child. They are like me in this way. If we think about this creating something, I moved through the world and I saw these things, and from this 5th house, this is what I have to say about it, right? Here's my poem, here's my tarot deck, here's my Here's the book I'm writing, you know, like here's the song I'm singing. Whatever we experience out here in the first house then comes through in the fifth house. It gets shared in some way. So really tapping into that North Node journey, thinking about what that fifth house might need, thinking about how you could allow new expression to emerge. 11, okay, let me do some quick reverse math. Libra. Yes. Okay. And that's where the South Node is. So maybe we're separating from some friend groups. Maybe we're separating from some communities. Maybe we're separating from our hopes and dreams for the future, right? Whatever we thought we wanted up there in the 11th house, whatever we were moving toward up there as a goal, maybe we're letting that go. We're recalibrating around what those hopes and dreams even look like at this point, now that I've emerged as this much more authentic person. Okay, so there's a lot for you to really get clear on moving forward, but focus on this Knight of Pentacles. Focus on what you want for yourself. Let yourself change the vision board. Let yourself discard of old images that you thought were what you wanted. Grieve those, honor those, make peace with those, and decide what goes here next. Okay. Thank you, Sagittarius, so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed this, please like, share, subscribe. Next season, we'll talk about Aquarius. We'll talk more about that Pluto in your third house, and we'll see what kind of new ideas are coming up, right? What new neighborhood opportunities, maybe how you're connecting with peers, and maybe how you're reframing your mind. So, hope to see you then.